everybody. We're doing
Hey!
We're doing our second uncanceled session right in a row.
How we do?
Yeah. We are, you can call us Mr. Consistent and the blue hairs, I think. Anyway, what's up? Hope you're having a good Saturday.
God, my hair looks like I'm going to listen to My Chemical Romance.
Our
No, it
studio
doesn't.
has some leave-in conditioner in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Which is something that doesn't happen at my house. In fact, most
A
houses.
communal toothbrush.
No,
Mhm,
we do.
true.
No, there is no communal toothbrush.
There's
Yeah,
a
we
communal
won't let
Please
Jason
stop.
use it anymore.
Our
toothbrush.
You know, before we did the show on Thursday, my wife asked me not to bring her toothbrush out of there. She's like,
How
"Yeah."
did she know?
Oh, I told her about.
Okay.
When I woke up from that nightmare pissed, she got the full story of what happened. And mind you, she just laughed her ass off.
Oh, of course.
You guys have such a supportive relationship.
I know my wife's genuine laugh because it's like, like
Amazing.
That's hilarious. Get my toothbrush out of that bathroom.
hated that dream. Anyway,
Anyway,
I have our
Anyway.
sponsor whenever you're ready.
Oh yes, we're
After,
gonna.
yeah, I thought of something on the fly. So.
Okay, so we are going to start out with some announcements, and our sponsor message comes from Jason. Go ahead, Jason.
This week we are being sponsored by Cheatham Dice. Cheatham Dice. Roll 20s every time, but don't do it too much. Tired of missing? Tired of failing a random skill check? Use our dice. Warning, you might get killed for it.
Not to mention your character.
Which I did get some new
stabbing
DVDs.
players. Did you?
Actually, I did. They have dragon eyes in them. We were over at a local comic shop, and Cora bullied me into buying
I
dice.
did not bully you into anything.
I swear, in the store, she went, "You see these dice? You either buy them or you get your teeth knocked out." And I was like, "Please don't say that in public."
That's
And then she like reared her hand back, like she was gonna hit me.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Fine, I'll buy the dice.
Yeah.
Just please don't attack me in
That
public."
sounds
Are
like
your
a real
eyes
scene that
blue?
happened.
Huh? No. Oh, are Alabama size?
Yeah.
They are not. But
No.
it doesn't matter. Those are dope.
Those are so
Yeah,
cool.
they are.
I
Yeah.
would like to defend myself with saying I saw tiny dice and I went, "Oh, look at the tiny dice," and then his immediate response was, "Fine, I'll buy dice, Hannah," and walked away from me.
You got to interpret what she says. You can't just hear it.
I mean, I think we all know that Cora does not threaten.
Yeah.
She just does. So I don't buy your little story.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Just how I can hate you.
the blue hairs got my back.
God.
As opposed to
Stop
Mia.
trying to make the blue hairs happy.
It's not a thing.
Anyway, no.
Could,
Keep trying
we could rename
forever.
our news show to Jason and the Blue.
No, absolutely not. I do not want my name
But we
preceding
can't
anything.
because, like,
I mean, it could
blue
follow.
hair is the reality now, but we can't rename it every time I change hair color. And then what would, like, blue
Then it's
and
just
teal
awkward.
and purple. Blue and teal and pink. The hairs.
The
No.
hairs. Jason and the hairs.
Jason and the hairs.
Wow, absolutely not.
I
Moving
mean,
on.
we could coordinate that by the time I get tired of bleaching my hair and want to do a color again and dye it pink, that we can all do pink. We could coordinate
On
that.
Wednesdays we wear
Y'all
pink.
are putting far too much thought into something.
Didn't you
that will
tell me
never
at one
happen.
point not to dye my hair pink?
No.
Well, if we all dye our hair pink, I feel like
Anyway.
I would never tell anyone
back
not
to
dye
the
their
game
hair
that we
pink.
play.
I will tell someone not to dye their hair black, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
You have naturally black hair
Did
that's
she say
different.
black hair is bad, or did she say
That's what
dye
I
your
heard. I'm
hair
interpreting
Do
black?
you
what
dye
she
your
said.
hair black, Jason?
Maybe I have a lot of grays. I don't actually. I don't. I found like one up there.
Have you looked at your face?
I mean, that's been there since I was like 20.
I
So
was just checking. I didn't know. You said you had like one.
no, the
There
beard
might be
thing.
surprises for you elsewhere.
No, that's been there for a while.
Anyway,
Cool. So, last session. What happened? No, last session.
That was your cue.
Right.
No, not. I'm not expecting that this week.
I mean, I'm down for it. I'm renaming myself the Recap Aficionado.
Are you the recast?
The recast is good.
I
The
love that.
recast is good.
That's dope. I wrote a recap when we were talking about. I did ask you what happened though for next time.
Yeah.
I'm
You remember?
trademarking that.
Last session you guys went to search the cave of wonders. That's the loudest you ever.
I was actually shocked. Like, where is that coming from?
You could scream at the top of your lungs.
I was so ready to blame somebody else.
As loud as what just happened.
I was like Jason volume, and the only time you've ever had Jason volume on the show.
I mean, I did move away from the mic.
You
You
have very
did.
healthy lungs, I guess.
I didn't even get all of it.
You guys are like that. It's like that PT thing that they make like old people like sock and blow.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, you went to search the mine for the king's sons, and you found no, you didn't find any of them. But I do actually
0 sons.
0 sons had, and you did it for a couple hours. You went back down the mountain and had dinner with the king, King Delric and Ember and Alabroth's family. Alabroth's sister got engaged.
Yay.
And her fiance gave us furs.
Yes, River. Gave you furs, and the king told you not to do the long version of the mine version, just to kind of case it. And you went back and you did just that for the next day. And then I do actually want to ask, like, what happened to Octavia then?
Ooh, Octavia, we snuck closer, and Octavia snuck a little bit closer due to her being pretty stealthy overall, and she heard
And able to see the dark.
in the dark, and she heard a conversation between a voice that she recognized, which was the changeling, and a deep, raspy, and very large sounding voice. So I just got uncomfortable thinking about it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I hate that.
The changeling said that he brought what is probably a dragon. He brought things of his own free will. He called it charitable, which the dragon was like, no. Sacrifices, the changeling said that he had the sons across the border. Who knows if that's real? And the dragon didn't seem really excited about all that. And then there was a very large rustling, and Octavia ran again, and we ran out of the mine, and Octavia had the, I think, very logical decision to have a panic attack.
SCNS Live thinks you can decide whether you're going to have
Yeah. And recommends it, apparently.
We're not making fun of anybody but ourselves here.
Fun
Yeah.
for the whole party.
Now it's a party.
Yeah, panic attack.
Full-blown panic attack, which lasted most of the way down the mountain.
It's good to hyperventilate when there's not a lot of oxygen. Actually, it's not bad to hyperventilate when there's not enough oxygen in you.
It's never fantastic to hyper, but if you're going to hyperventilate, again, SCNS recommends that you do so in
It's like
low
it's the
oxygen
brown bag.
environment.
It's the same
Yeah.
concept. It's not as oxygen rich.
Lots of good advice.
Anyway, sorry. So you guys came back down the mountain,
We came back down the mountain.
and then what happened to Alabroth?
Once upon, I'm sorry, you can still do that?
No, go for it.
No.
Once upon learning that we were so close to the frigging changeling, Alabroth actually got angry because he was right there, and Alabroth is pretty obsessed with bringing that guy down. And he's pretty pissed that the opportunity has passed, and
So what did he do upon returning to Blackrest?
instantly tried to go realize that, well, we got to go fight a dragon. I need something to kill a dragon, only to find the shop was closed. So he is now just feeling like kind of a failure at this moment.
Where do you go after you find out the shop was
Time to
closed?
go blow off some stress into the fighting ring.
So he went and signed up for a fight and with Ronnie alongside him. Not signing up, but there.
Ronnie suggested it, by the way, so
You want to go punch somebody?
Would that make you
That
feel
was not
better?
the tone.
No, it was not the tone, but like.
It's the energy for sure. Would that make you feel better if we go? You want to go?
You want to go punch something?
Would that make you? Yeah. Anyway, while Brana took Octavia. It's like, do you want to go talk to Ember?
Yeah.
Everybody's just placated.
Yeah.
The other half of the party is
And
leaving
Octavia
them
was
around.
very just like,
So that is where we find ourselves right now. Alabroth about to go in the ring. He was told he would have to melee fight as there wasn't a magic fight that evening. And you guys got there just in time to sign up for the qualifiers. So it's probably about 15 minutes from now till when you're going to start fighting. So they take you, I guess probably everyone doesn't know this, but there's that area below the stage, the pits kind of, where the fighters prep, and they allow you to bring your coach or whatever. So if Ronnie wants to come down there, he can.
He definitely will.
Okay, we're gonna start out there. Do you think what are you doing as you're getting ready?
Alabroth's probably pacing at this point.
They will not allow your chainmail. Yeah. For practical purposes, what is chainmail add to your AC?
Let me see.
You can either just unequip it in D&D Beyond and use the stats that way.
Okay. Chainmail. Yep. And okay, that took it off. Oh wow, that drops my armor class down quite a bit.
To
13.
You also
Oh,
should
it's
no
a
longer
normal.
have disadvantage on stealth. I don't know if that helps.
Actually, that did take it off.
Yay!
But like, is that going to matter in the 10 by 10 melee ring? No,
You never
not that
know.
much.
Sneak around.
Yeah. So he takes off his chainmail. You still have like 4 or 5 minutes. I think it takes 10 minutes, right? Like
Actually, I would need to take my shield off too. So
You don't have to take your shield off.
okay.
It's a melee fight. There will be weapons, and it is the slightly bigger ring, I think. Than that's just
Okay.
fist fighting at the small.
So he would still get his hammer and his shield.
Yeah, it's the melee. It's not a magic. But
Yeah.
it's not the sparring. Like it's not like the.
It's not the
shit.
martial.
Yeah.
Magic, weapons, martial.
I didn't realize my mail gave my AC that much.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, okay then.
Yeah.
You get a lot for that disadvantage.
So you're sitting down there. You've got a couple minutes. Do you guys talk? Do you sit in silence? What do you do?
Alabroth's pacing. You're probably just
Ronnie, make a perception check for me. It's a stupid low. DC.
Back up. 13 plus 4. 17.
17. So, as you're headed down, before you get all the way down, you guys notice, what was the name of that half Goliath that signed you guys in?
Cav, C-A-V.
Yes, Cap, that you know. He's not gonna go down in the like below area, but he was actually getting ready, so it appears he's part of it. He works there. He doesn't fight a lot, but you know, you met him last time. Alabroth knows him. He's clearly gearing up to be part of it. And you get down there, and there are 2 others. One of them is maybe a tiefling, but it's hard to say for sure. It's dark-ish down there, and it's normal skin tones, like you don't know. And
Also, neither one of us can see in the dark.
Even better.
and well, he's not paying attention, I don't think. And the other one is looks to be either maybe some dwarvish blood, like human mostly, but like
Stocky.
yeah, like
Stout.
kind of looks like a more like the form is important, the muscular form is important to them than actual. You know what I mean? Like that show muscle kind of look. And I don't see a lot of scars on there, but we'll see. And appears to be fighting with a long sword. The tiefling one has a short sword, and the half Goliath with a 17 has a like a morning star kind of mace looking thing. Morningstar has detached, like the chain, right?
That's a flail.
Yeah.
Morningstar's the very long pole.
The spike on the end.
Right. Flail, then. Has like a flail with the big one at the end. Anyway.
Like in that movie Quest for Camelot.
Why would you do that?
That's a good. I like
It's
that
not a
movie.
good movie.
It's not a good movie. I like it.
What the crap was up with the double-headed dragon? Like, the thing is nuts.
Yeah, but the guy was hot.
A bit of a deep cut on the reference there.
I only know one song from that movie.
Is it I Stand Alone?
Yeah, it was the one with the hot
Yeah.
that's the one
That's
that the
all
dragon
I've-
sings, right?
No, that's the one where he's like going through the forest
The-
and he like
the
hits a
blind
thing
man
and it makes him
sings.
go up. And
That is all I know about that
I
movie,
was-
other than like a review I saw of it
I
one
loved
time.
it.
It's not a good movie, but it is fun to watch.
It's fun to watch.
Yeah, so 17. I don't think you catch it. Anyway, so yeah, and we're gonna cut over from them, just kind of in this holding, like sitting there getting ready to the fight. You guys are headed through the city. How does that go?
Yeah. How does that go, Octavia?
Octavia's
I've
not-
got your hand and
Yeah.
I'm guiding you. Are you just
I'm not saying anything. I think sometimes I start to just kind of slow a little bit, and you have to kind of tug me to get me going again. But she's just staring at the ground, just nothing.
we're gonna pick up the pace a little? She's just gonna follow.
Like for every 30 seconds that Octavia doesn't speak, you start dragging faster.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how to handle this.
This has never happened. Octavia not speaking.
I love the
She's never been-
awkwardness of this reverse. Tyranna leading Octavia through the city. Make me a survival check.
Oh goodness, I don't like the sound.
If
of
we
it.
get lost, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
That's fair.
Oh, it's not bad.
That's
I think
passable.
it depends on how big the plus is.
12. There is no
I'll
plus.
say, Cora's the only one that I routinely have made DC 5 checks because, like,
The potential.
the potential for Cora's dice to betray her is so high that I'm just like, everybody else I'm like, that would obviously pass a DC.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yes, you remember, no problem. It was down. You went down until you got to the home. And so yeah, you guys get there about dinner time, I think, probably. And it's kind of weird. It's like a party every night in some ways because of the way the communal whatever works. What does Brana do upon like getting in the area where the
I immediately look for Ember. Like I'm immediately scouring the area to find her.
there are people milling about? You don't see Ember or the king or Alabras' parents. There are others that you recognize. River and is not there right now. Aren't there right now, but you see like Alabras' older brother. And you see the one you met.
I'm gonna go like I'm gonna see River.
You don't see River.
Oh, I thought you said I saw
I
River.
see. You see his brother.
Oh,
You
his
see-
brother. Okay.
Like none of the ones you're most familiar with, but like immediately outside that, you see some of those.
Method is River's
Yes.
fiance's name.
You don't see Method either.
Okay. Oh, well, they're probably enjoying their engagement.
Very much so.
I'm
They
gonna.
didn't seem to care about enjoying their engagement in front of you, like if that was necessary before. But yes, yeah, they're off. So you do know there are two doors that you walk through to Alabras' parents' house, and you've seen Alabras like kind of bedroom side car situation, and you can go to one of those if that's more comfortable.
I'm gonna try to go for his first because I figure that's probably where they are. Because I don't remember if we were there when she was there.
Mm-hmm. You walk in there, and sure enough, she's just sitting on the bed. You recognize this as like she's tired, but she hasn't had the opportunity to like do her panic thing quite yet, so she's just kind of resting but not sleeping or anything. And when you walk in, she sits up and just kind of, she was just leaning back on the wall.
Did you take me
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
through every? Okay.
Yeah. You were. Let me see your hand. It has been a
Yeah.
like not letting go until we get there. So we get. I hate to disturb you.
She sits up and like it's clear there's an invite to come in. She doesn't say anything yet, but like just
There's been an incident. I bring.
she stands up.
Br-
She looks at you, and
I will explain everything that happened.
she keeps like edging closer to you, and she doesn't actually like physical do anything, but she's standing closer and closer, like she's available in open body posture. She doesn't know, but she's listening throughout. Listens to you talk about the beginning of the search, and how do you think Brenna ends that like explanation?
And then after all that, we were outside the cave and decided to come back down. I can't do anything in there at the moment.
Okay. Okay, and she looks at you, like expectantly.
She's been nonverbal from the moment we got down here. From outside the cave down.
Something is happening. And while she's listening intently, you guys can roll perception checks if you want. You will have disadvantage on this because you're brain fried.
Oh, that's mean.
Did you roll another one on this shit?
I got a 9, which is still like a 16.
Oh wait, why did I roll
Octavia.
2? Oh, that didn't help me at all. What was it again? Perception?
Just perception.
12.
And what was yours?
It was 16. I rolled a 9, but my perception is amazing.
Okay. Well, both of you actually hit this enough to hear. You hear the door, the next door where the Alba's parents are, like, presumably, open fast, and some voices talking, like, not like super urgently, but like somebody had gotten there in a hurry.
Octavia jumps with the sign of just the door opening. Just a little bit.
Amber's sitting there for a second. She's like, where Alabra, what?
Alabroth was quite a bit upset we did not follow the Chingchun. So he has gone off. Not sure where. However, Rani is with him.
He has signed up for a fight.
Sounds
We should go. We should go.
probably a good way for him to blow off steam.
Yeah,
No?
if he is, she looks at Octavia and she goes, "Do you remember when we meet? I say, fear not ask question, anger not throw a punch." Like, she sits there for a second. Brana make an insight check on murder.
Why?
You notice everything.
And that 20 with a total 26.
You see
Know all of the
Nat
Brown bear sees everything.
Thomas had never seen such bullshit. With an at 20, you see Ember start to be in charge and pull herself back and make a series of decisions that makes you, Brana, feel really good about what you did bringing Octavia straight here. You're like, okay, this person has handled people in crisis before, has Octavia's best interest in mind, and wants to protect everybody. And you're like, yeah, that's cool. And you watch Ember make the decision to both not allow Octavia to stay exactly where Octavia is, and also to try and like kind of push her little Minty to like grow. And she looks at Octavia and she goes, Should we go? Like kind of awkwardly, like, yes, this isn't for me to decide. And she looks at you, and with that insight, she gives you a little like,
Oh, okay. I didn't do it. No.
Octavia, what should we do? Do you think? And as you hesitate, she puts her arm around your shoulders.
It's bad that he's fighting.
I fight. I fight for fun sometimes. It is not bad to fight. Does he abandon responsibility often? Abdicates?
No.
Seem healthy to do so? For him to leave?
He left.
She sits there for a second and she goes, if he did, fight starts in 10 minutes. Should we go? Should we stay? Take maybe 11 minutes to get there if we need to. So we have less than 1 minute to decide. Should we leave? Should we stay here?
He's fighting. We fight. We fight with. Go.
I think so. Let's go. You guys walk off like.
Don't hold my hand again.
Yes.
She stays on your other side, and at one point her arm like kind of crosses your shoulder and kind of like pats Brana on the shoulder, like good job, Brana. And you just feel this moment of like both of you feel like grown-ups a little bit in her presence in different ways. And you guys start to head that way, and you hear a wait, and you turn around, and what's your dad's name? I'm so
shit.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I meant to look it up.
Damn it! It's
Sistek.
Sister?
Yeah.
I'll take her word for it because I can't get my tablet to go over.
Yeah, no. He.
Yeah.
You turn around and he is. He's coming, like limping a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit towards you guys. And go ahead and both of you make a perception check real quick, or perception or insight.
You
Dirty 20.
18.
With those roll, like he on one side he has a goblin dressed in similar attire to him that you recognize, just the emblems of the guard of this Black Rest in the mines. And on his other side, you notice this dwarf looks a little familiar, but definitely wouldn't be the king in disguise going, it's probably something else.
I'm gonna message you real quick.
Okay. I still have that up, so yeah. but yeah, is on his other side, and he has a. There are two other members of the guard that you didn't hear when they were shuffling around earlier, so you presume he has a guard for the king while he's here. And they walk up to you and kind of look at you, and Amber takes her hand down at that point. And she looks at them like the dad, Sistek, looks at you guys and goes, are you headed towards the pits?
I
We should all go. And you guys head that way, and it will take you, after a second, the guards go ahead and kind of clear just with their presence. So you guys get there right close to the fight starting. When you get to the entrance, instead of the entrance fee that you guys had paid before, I forget what it was, like silver or something. When they see Alabra, the bouncers that are lounging, it's a human and a half orc. They're both pretty nice, buff looking women, like who were holding, like, one of them was kind of like halfway like looking at herself with a short sword.
Yeah.
And the other one, you don't even see any kind of weapon. That half orc is like kind of doing the muscles thing. And when they see him, when they see Sistek, they stand not at attention, but and he gives them a nod, and all of you walk through without anything. And Ronnie, what do you think you do, like, right before the fight? Do you think you're allowed to stay down there, or you can head up, or you can? There is like a little space outside the ring, but there's not really anybody else there.
Yeah, I think before he goes up, because he wants to go where he's going to have a good view, but he'll do the trainer with the pads when the boxer does the thing. He'll do that with Alabroth just to talk to him while he's still a little too worked up and be like, we're here to have fun. We're going to blow off some steam. We're not mad at any of these people.
I want Ronnie to roll a very important persuasion check.
It's not a great persuasion check.
I saw it from over here. No, it's not.
That's a 7.
I just saw your message. We're on the same page. Like, 7. So that is going to mechanically not give you any kind of help. I want you to roll me what is composure? It's not wisdom because you're a cleric, and no thank you. That's what I was thinking. Constitution. Roll me a just check.
Okay.
And I want it at disadvantage. Please.
Oh, man.
You're real mad.
Okay, the first, I gotta take the lower number, 17. The other one was a 19.
I
So
don't like your stats, dude. I just don't.
Well, I mean, he did calm down just a slight bit at the end of the session last time, because he was like, oh, is this a good idea? And then he went through with it anyway.
That Constitution check will allow you to not take a lot of mechanical disadvantage during the fight. It was good. Ronnie feels like the words aren't super getting through, but the physical activity is bringing some discipline. You feel like, when you see somebody who's got such terrible form that they're about to hurt themselves really badly, that's the beginning. So you feel very confident that you helped, because at least the rhythm, at least the activity is doing something where you feel like he won't kill himself physically.
Yeah. Just the slightest amount of grounding.
Okay, while Alabroth is pacing at first when he gets down there, he starts to slow down a bit. And now it looks like he's actually starting to think about something. It looks like he's starting to think about something that starts to bother him a bit. So
you have a minute. I don't know if he says anything, but he does have a minute.
Ronnie's sitting there like doing the
He
thing.
stops for a second and just kind of sits there. There's something bothering me.
What's up?
This is what my
Louder.
father. This is what my father is in charge of.
What?
Those mines,
Mm-hmm.
security, going through and checking them. How do you miss a dragon?
I would suppose that depends on how far the dragon comes out, because those mines are disused.
Perhaps I'm misplacing some of my anger right now. But it did bother me that thing was down there
I mean,
and he was unawares.
we don't know that he was unaware.
What do you mean?
They might know that there's a dragon and think that there's not need for concern because it's not an occupied area.
Something that might have to come up with a question.
Yeah, something to ask, but never
I'll try
attribute
not
to malice that
to
which can
jump
be.
to conclusions at this moment.
As you guys are talking about this, you hear like from upstairs. You can kind of hear fanfare starting. It's muffled and stuff, and you hear the familiar voice, now familiar to you,
Oh,
of
Lord.
a red-skinned tiefling. Begin his like tonight, ladies, gentlemen, and NB friends. We have once again a melee fight for your enjoyment. This time, the honored Alabrath of the Drarood clan is joining in. It should be a great time. Our very own, what is his name? Sorry, you said
C-A-V, Cab.
Cab. If you have signed up on another night, you may recognize Gab, our half Goliath warrior. And like they're at this point, there's kind of like they're standing. They
You
come
can-
in
like
like WWE heel.
A couple of fans yell, "Get the tables!"
We have,
Oh,
Bahamut
I'm gonna-
316.
yeah, you got it.
okay.
You got a second because I got.
I'm gonna give you a punch on the arm, light punch, and be like, have fun, blow off some steam, and don't get wrecked by that guy. And then I'm gonna run off to the place where I can actually watch the fight. You
I
knew
probably-
that I was going there before I left.
I probably take a look at the guy and go, what have I gotten myself into? So I'm not allowed to use any magic. Everything is melee.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and
He gonna be able to
they
get
call-
me.
they call your name. Describe how you enter into the. You have like blustery. What is it?
I maybe kind of enter a little bit, kind of like,
Yeah!
Have you fought in the things before?
I don't think Al has. No,
Ooh.
I don't think you have.
no. He's probably fought his brothers and sisters. That's about it.
Make me as you walk in. Make me a perception disadvantage because lights. You're gonna have a lot of disadvantage.
Oh my God,
Lights?
perception.
Did you get a
On the
natty
ring,
one?
like-
I got a 2, so it's a 7.
Ooh.
There are probably people watching.
Right out here.
And
I like
Okay,
that you're muttering that to yourself
probably.
in an
feels-
arena.
It feels very
It's
correct.
louder than I thought it would be.
there is a little bit of a vibe, really, everywhere that you go in this city. Your dad is a big deal, and so like there is this like they cheer a little louder for you than they do some of the other people. And it's just, it feels
Except for
familiar.
that one guy that
it
booed.
feels,
Who was he?
huh?
Except for that one guy that booed. Who was that?
That was
Chuck.
your dad, I'm sure. Hang on, look at my notes. Stop pressuring me. Nobody? Okay.
Absolutely nobody.
Okay. And we have, last but not least, we have our challenger from the depths of wherever tieflings come from, a scallywag. You can't trust anyone with demon blood. And he has
He can say
flawless
that.
delivery of this, especially as such a traditional red-skinned
Yeah.
tiefling with a longer tail, more prominent horns. Like, you're just like, okay.
He's playing this up for the crowd.
Well,
Got it.
you know, I don't know if you guys know this, but they like to make heels in wrestling quite a bit. It has
Oh,
very
yeah.
much that vibe. No, I don't know if you know that, though. Do you know
Uh,
that?
I
Because
have
you
no-
never even watched
any
wrestling.
entrance into any ring ever. This guy is very much being set up as the heel.
Love it.
And Ronnie, like, with your vantage point, because you're on your way a little further back, make a perception check to see if you see them. It's not.
Perceiving. Let's see if we're doing any of that tonight.
Currently, there's a scroll, like the little scroll
And
loading.
I am not
wheel.
allowed any magic. Oh boy.
17.
Oh boy.
17.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was
Huh?
17.
Yeah.
Like, you're
Wait,
kind of
hold on.
surprised.
Yes, 17.
You are surprised to see them, but you see them. You're kind of headed that way when you glance back to see how this. Oh, and he says, "This is Galedris, the tiefling." And you glance back to see how he comes in, and he looks so different than he did down because he's just chilling downstairs. He like runs up and he's like, "What? What?" And brandishing his he had the long sword. He's like brandishing it like, and he's with a very "Are you not
Oh.
entertained" vibe.
Yeah.
What?
Oh. No, Aldebrot's probably looking like, huh. Okay, quite different than when I saw him downstairs.
And Ronnie, with that check, you like kind of glance up, and the very much just everything's been played for the crowd. Like, you wouldn't be surprised if they hadn't like the MC hadn't set up a friend of his. It's like, you're gonna be the bad guy. It's gonna be so fun. And when he said the thing about demon blood, people in the crowd just jeer. A lot of them are more traditionally like evil races, and they're just like, they think it's great. But there's a surprising amount of people, as usual, and you kind of glance around. You weren't expecting to see them, so when you glance and you see Alabroth's dad and the rest of your party nearby, you're like,
This is like the first time I ever actually stepped into an MMA cage. And I was like, it's really different in here.
The energy's really negative. Which I don't know what this energy is.
you're a little bit disturbed at the energy on Sistak's face. It's like now his son has given him something to be proud of. Vibes that it's just like, that's not great. And you kind of get a little insight into what it was like growing up, where the impressive things are so physical and violent oriented.
Mm.
Yeah, but anyway, they're there. So you head towards. So you guys are towards the front. There's a like almost an understood VIP, a little bit area, and the guards kind of they change sides to the other side. So it's Sistak, all the guards, the ring, and the king's over here, not really by anyone, close to the raised platform.
It's the only part with
Yeah,
air conditioning.
I know
Little
I know
misters.
what the layout of the Colosseum is like. So
Mhm.
I'm understanding where we were as like below the Colosseum where the gladiators would be,
You
where you
were.
don't have a view. Is there a dugout equivalent?
There is
Because that's what I'm heading for.
There's not a dugout per se. There is. You guys had paid last time according to how far away you wanted to be. It's only it's a full circle ring, but like by where the tiefling is standing way above everyone. His hang on, I had his name too. He goes by Dread. The MC, just Dread. Yeah. DRED.
Awesome.
But where his raised circle platform is, that does raise from the ground, like there's a natural gathering area close to that because people can't get on the other side of it, so it's kind of blocked off a little. And since you came from down below, you have access obviously to the closest tier of where you hang out, which is where Alabroth's dad has access to as well.
Yeah.
So you can stand about 8-9 feet away from where the action is.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of like move over near where they are and like
Cool,
but
but not like yeah,
Yeah.
close to the front. There's nobody in between you and them, but also notably, like the last time it was like a cage. It was a cage because it was the marshals. This one is a little bit bigger, which is good because 4 people wouldn't fit. And there's not really an outside to it. You would guess that doing things with range is very discouraged here. There is still a risk standing close, but it's mild because nobody has thrown or anything like that weapons. So, yeah. So with that, not everybody. I'm trying to decide if there's anything you think you might do, then go ahead and roll initiative. You don't have to tell me what it is. It will only come up if you decide to do something. And Alabroth, go ahead and roll initiative.
All right, that's going to be an 18.
18. I'm gonna roll 3, guys.
Yes, some cheers of encouragement would help from my
Crazy.
crew.
You got an 18. They got a
Octavia.
15, 16, 17.
Octavia's
That's
barely
great.
talking.
Yeah, Octavia
This
is
is
just
just-
kind of looking confused. At the
This
thing.
is just for space so
Oh,
that
cool.
we understand it. But I forgot I only asked for one. This one is going to be
Oh, then
Do
where
you
do we
want to
put
get
the
another
box of them?
it's right there.
Oh, well, what you get, 'cause
let me see.
I'm allowed to do things. You got to push them from the back.
That's what she said?
Gross.
No, that's gross.
Okay, we need another villain.
We just need if
I'll let you decide that.
none of them are size like large or anything. They're all medium creatures.
Did you want to change the camera to be the table?
We have not set it up for that, so no.
Yeah, and they're not gonna like move around.
Oh, geez, you found that little. I got that from a Kinder Egg. There was another one over there, too. You having some problems there?
Would you like some assistification?
Hey, that's my word.
Too late, sword been stolen. What you gonna do about it?
I'm trying to get out Thundercracker.
That's offensive.
What did it just
Okay.
say? The
Here we go.
Severus.
Here's the third one.
Severin, right? Tiefling.
All right.
Skeledrus.
Skeledrus. Tiefling. Skeledrus. I had the notes,
Some
but I
weird
didn't have
army
what the-
dude. From
So
a
we-
Kinder Egg.
So we have a dragon, 2 transformers, and a Kinder Egg toy.
Yeah, Cap is the
Oh,
half
Thundercracker.
Goliath. And the
Don't tell
human.
somebody a Karen emailed Hasbro complaining that they had a character named Thundercracker because that's offensive.
In what way?
Because cracker is an offensive term for white people. So she wanted to notify them that they had renamed the robot toy that I bought for my son, and that she will never be buying another from Hasbro.
Calm yourself.
Karen, please.
Seriously.
And some dude who like his last name was at Hasbro was like, and I'm going to share this. The most ridiculous email I've ever received.
Did you see recently for Gravity Falls 10th anniversary, Alex Hirsch released like standards and practices emails that he got about the show?
I would pay to
It
see that.
was there's a video on YouTube of I think it might be him just reading them out, and
Oh.
like it's the emails and his responses, It's absolutely wonderful.
I need that in my life.
It's so good. They're just all sorts of like, that's what you're. Yeah.
That's what you're worried about?
They one of them was they didn't want. I think it was Mabel to say G's because it's a shortened version of Jesus.
Oh, come on.
And Alex is like, come on. They didn't want a Shakespeare head to say there once was a man from Kentucky because the end of that is fucky, but like that wasn't in it. It was just the first part, and they're amazing. All the emails are absolutely amazing.
I remember Eric Andre was on some talk show, and they were asking him about anything. You've seen the Eric Andre show, how
Yeah,
the
here and
crap
there.
he does.
Yeah.
And he said there was one clip, and I brought it because we couldn't. They basically said he went into a McDonald's dressed as Ronald McDonald.
I've seen that clip.
The boss is here, and he was like smoking and drinking from the flag. You're all fired. You're all rehired. And he's like beating on a table. Why try so hard? And then he would like break from crying, and they were like, "We absolutely cannot do that. We put Happy Meal toys. We put toys in Happy Meals. We cannot show this one." And then he was like, "But I can take it."
I love that so much. My favorite clip from the Eric Andre show is I think they just brought a bear on stage one time. He was like, ladies and gentlemen,
A bear?
a bear and it wanders on stage and starts destroying everything and he runs off stage.
Oh yeah, that was like, oh, this is a bit. This isn't a bit. This is a bear.
It's a bear here. What did I do?
I'm sorry, but the best gift I think is, why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
I don't know. I love that. Like, I love Let Me In.
Let me in.
I love the shooting.
I love the shooting, and I love the "Why are you booing me? I'm right."
Yes. Also, another Hannibal Buress winner is, "Hey, bitch."
Yeah.
So there's going to be it's going to be an interesting battle because
Why
there's
you
going to
say
be
it
a
like
lot
that?
of. Tell me how Alabroth, where he is as he walks
How
in the
does-
ring. Like, what are the things that are?
How does Alabroth handle fighting Shockwave?
Okay. He walks
You
up
can't
to.
keep referencing the minis that the audience can't see, like a sociopath.
I mean, we have that scene, so just like click over. He definitely goes like, "Hello. I hope everyone has fun."
They all look at you and they're like, you know, there's no way any of them heard you. You're all standing about, because you have this second ring. So you're standing about 10 feet apart.
Oh.
And it is loud.
Okay, then I yell, I hope everyone has fun, and let's try not to hurt each other out there.
You kind of glance around and like, Cap, who you know, like looks at you and he's like, he gives you a kind of half-cocked, confused look of like yeah, we're totally good. Like kind of that half smile that when your friend does something stupid in public. What?
Are you sitting back down?
Up and down. Why?
I'll move stuff.
What?
I was
They were
trying to
adjusting
get
the
the
camera.
camera so they could see you.
Because now
Oh,
it's
I
just
thought
like
you were
this much.
switching.
I was going.
Views.
I was gonna come over here and see if I could do that.
Yeah. Nothing. Sorry, guys. This is my bad. Like,
No, you're
some
fine.
issues.
I'll have the thing I was talking about later. Actually,
Okay.
the table cam is actually decent.
Is it right there? Is it spot on?
Hey.
Almost. I'm just gonna see if I can zoom it out just a little bit, because if we can do that, we don't have to mess with anything.
Cool.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it initially because I don't have minis, but then I forgot that there were like 4 of them. I thought it was going to be 2, and then
And
I
Jason has
remembered.
just a massive amount of toys around that can
All right.
be used.
I am going to change camera angle. La da da da. There we go.
Okay.
Look how good that is. I don't have to touch a thing.
So, oh yeah, I'm going to
Oh wow, that looks dang nice.
I'm going to switch to that view so that I can see what we're talking about. We're going to call the little green one is going to be, he was introduced by name too. His name is the human. His name is Pain Mortem, and it's so
Wow, okay.
of
I
somebody.
will write that down.
And also there was no reaction one way or another to him walking out. Like, he tried to do a thing and just nobody gave a shit. Like,
I think that's my favorite thing.
He has the flail.
huh? No, he has the short sword, which seems appropriate as it's a nothing weapon. Like, it's one of my favorites.
Just got an edgelord over here.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
doesn't have a shirt on. It's
Wow.
a gem rat look to
Does he have
him.
tabs?
Just one that looks like if Affliction made tattoos.
Oh no.
It's like kind of like a tribal thing, and it's like it's got the most cliche like Reaper in the center.
That generic tribal tattoo that was rampant in the 90s, but with a Reaper in the center.
Mhm. Like in between some of the spikes, you see like a Reaper's head, and you feel like the work is good, but the design was probably his idea.
Yeah.
He's got that on his shoulder, and on his back, he has a giant like cross, which has no meaning in that world, so I don't know what it is.
It's a T.
It's
He
an
found-
X, actually, just a giant X.
He saw all of these
Hey.
ideas in the Flash section, like on the Flash boards
Yeah.
in the tattoo parlor, and decided I want that, that'll make me look edgy. That was his only process. Also, Jason,
Behind the
your
X,
tattoo is just different.
in the
Okay.
center of the X, like there's a little circle, and it's like and there's a heart. It's bleeding. So like, this guy seems super cool.
Wow.
I think,
Anyway,
I looked over. I think Mia almost lost sight for a second.
I
I've
did
never
legitimately lose
I
sight for
could
a
hear
second.
her eyes roll.
everybody makes mistakes in their 20s. If you have a tattoo you might not get today, that's fine. It happens. We could still even maybe hang out one day. It is a strike. I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah. So you guys all rolled initiative. Dread from above you goes, this is the melee, as always. There are no rules. And then he stops and he's like, except don't hit people who are down. We do like to heal them. We're not trying to kill anybody, actually. And it has very much the vibe of like, yeah.
Does a little producer run up with his keys hanging from a belt and go, no magic. Just run back.
You feel like if that happened, he would punch the producer in the face, like the face that Monte Cristo got when somebody fixed his tie on air one time.
Yeah.
And it's just
Huh?
like,
Wait, what?
nothing.
Some specific reference.
But like, no, he has that. He goes, there are no rules.
Except
Don't
these
hit
couple
anybody
rules.
who's down. And he's like, henceforth we refer to that as no rules. Don't hit anyone who's down. No magical spells may be used. Natural weapons are allowed. So your breath weapon is viable. Your spells are not.
I was just thinking that because in wrestling they always have some wrestler that does the poison mist.
Yeah.
And now you have that as just your whole thing.
Just great. Ah!
Yeah.
I will say, like, they did come down and actually give fighters the rules earlier.
Okay.
So you won't have questions about what is allowed and what isn't. You also know that you cannot heal yourself. That is a spell.
So don't grab someone and accidentally do inflict wounds. Gotcha.
I'm not
Whoops.
saying that
No,
you
that would be
have
wrong.
to stick to the rules. I will let you know that inflict wounds has a visual, like it's very visual when it's been cast.
I'm not doing that.
I'm just saying, like, as me, you can try and break the rules that the fight has if you want to, but there will be consequences.
Like with
You
all
are
acting,
you
it's
are more of a
knowing
rule
when to
follower.
break
I know,
the
I wouldn't do
rules.
that.
It worked. Oh yeah. So the human is the little green one. The and then Cav, we'll do Cav as the blue one, and the half Goliath with the flail is the blue one, and the villain tiefling with the longsword is directly across from you. And at the top of the round, we're going to start out with you, but at the top, where do you feel like Alibreath is right now as far as like place? He's calm now. He's just
kind of
What is he thinking?
just kind of like, well, I'm in this now. Probably shouldn't have done this. This is probably more Octavia's thing. Oh well.
Meanwhile, Octavia's in
You
the
look up and
stand.
Octavia's just staring at the ground.
We're in the shit now.
Make a perception check. At this moment, you don't know that the rest of your party is there. You don't know your dad's
You know
there.
I'm there.
Ooh,
and that's like all
that
you know.
is a 23.
With a 23, you hear a really things start to like they kind of slow down to that battle kind of rhythm. You hear the very distinct sound that you know very well of your dad just clearing his throat. He has like that vibe, you know. I can tell my dad clears his throat all the time. You can hear it,
Yeah.
and you know exactly who it was, no matter how many people are right there. He has that, and so you're like, "Fucking weird, my dad's here," and are you? What are you guys doing? Are you cheering? Were you quiet? Were you?
I'm like, yay! Like I'm clapping and cheering, but also just like keeping an eye on her.
You don't know what's going on.
A very quick glance tells you. You glance around for Ronnie, and when you see Ronnie, you see
You see me cheering big.
big cheers. Big cheers. You feel a little breeze coming your way. It's nice and refreshing, even from that distance. And with a 23, you glance kind of down as your gaze is returning. You see Dahl, Mac's son, and you kind of glance and you see Dash too. I want to know in this context, seeing them, they're a little tiny bit older than Pebbles. They're looking at you, and Pebbles' face flashes for a minute. Where does that put you with the chain of events that led here?
The weird place, probably.
Angry? Does it make you calmer? Does it make you more upset? Does it make you?
I think he just kind of just.
And it is you at the top. You had the highest initiative.
Okay, since the hammer is over, Jesus, stop. The human on the right, I'm gonna go for him since he's on my hammer side. So
Okay. So
I
do you advance towards him?
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and have you move. I'm
close
gonna
the
have you
distance?
move everybody.
Okay,
By the
that's
way.
fine.
Yeah. Close the distance. Go ahead.
And
There's a delay.
slight, yes.
And you take a swing on him.
I'm gonna take a swing at him with the warhammer.
Okay.
That is not great. That is an 8 to hit.
An 8 does not hit.
Okay.
Do you have? Does he?
You have more than one attack on round, don't you?
No,
Oh.
I'm a cleric. I only do attack one attack per action.
Bonus actions don't have. You don't have a 2-weapon fighting or.
Oh, I do have 2-weapon fighting,
He also has a shield.
but I also have a shield. So
Unless he wants to like
You
ram.
can, yeah, I was gonna say you can try
Could.
and bash, I guess.
you can take. Yeah, go ahead and give me. You can use your unarmed strike. We'll say for this to make a
shield bash. Or?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So
unarmed strike. All right.
We're kind of homebrewing this on the fly. Go ahead and make your.
So unarmed strike.
Yeah.
So I missed with the hammer, and okay, I'm gonna keep that one because that was a dirty 20.
Dope.
Hey,
Dirty
get on.
20 hits. With your first swing, as you swing, there's kind of a vibe of summing him up a little. He does move a little faster than you thought. He's not holding anything but the short sword, but he kind of like, and you swing wide, but then he wasn't expecting a shield to the face. Go ahead and roll your damage. Do you roll damage or
No,
is
it's
it
just
just 5?
5.
Okay.
So you're gonna take 5 points of damage.
5 points of bludgeoning, I assume.
Yeah, it's bludgeoning.
Oh.
Big green dragon claw. Oh no, I got hit with the ding.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn. Yes.
So,
Great.
with that, Cav is going to flank with you, Cuban, might as well just throw one of them out. Can you move the
Okay.
purple one to the other side?
I thought Cav was blue.
You're right. You're
Oh, sorry.
right. My bad.
So
he can get there.
Skelegos
Yeah.
is
So
gonna
he
But
moves.
he's gonna
flank with.
me?
flank. Yeah.
Oh,
No, flank with you. On
oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. You're
All
right.
right, cool.
And he is
Your
going
allies
to.
for a brief moment.
Because no one wants this
Because
character in the fight.
No,
It's a
he's-
fatal 4-way match.
And the other
Good
guy's
God
the big
almighty.
villain. So like,
Good
that
God
is
almighty, they
a-
are teaming up.
he hits him, and
Stop
he
hitting him, he's already down.
does. Oh, the flail has a. Oh, he does 14 damage. So
Good God almighty.
that is his turn. With that, that's the end of his turn. He just takes his
Okay.
yeah, it just flails. The guy catches him in the shoulder, right on the tribal tattoo.
Okay.
Good. The guy glanced down like, "Hey, my head," and that is the end of his turn. Sorry. With that, Skeledris is going to be like, "A Drarude. I respect no authority," and flank Aligroth.
Ooh.
And take a
Over here.
swing at him with the long sword. What is your AC?
13.
So does a 21 hit it?
No, it doesn't.
Got a nice
Let me do my
little
math
line
there.
of
No,
boys.
it doesn't.
Go ahead and make me a very fast perception. I want to see insight check or perception. Probably insight.
Insight. Okay. That's going to be a 17.
You recognize this look. He is scared of your dad. He doesn't go as hard as he should have, maybe. Like, he's probably not a real giant asshole in real life. And so he does swing and he does hit you, but it doesn't feel like he's trying quite as hard as he
Okay.
could.
He's pulling his
How much damage am I taking here?
And he rolled a 1 on his damage, so that will be 6 total damage with both of his swings.
Wow.
With his longsword.
All right.
It's like he kind of hits you with the flat of it, and he hits you hard with the flat of it, but you know this guy could have hit you with the edge and didn't. So that is the end of his turn. And you kind of see, like, out of the corner of your eye, like him making it, because he's behind you. You're just like, oh, that's the scared of my dad look. Okay. And it is your turn.
Okay. Since the human is still right there in front of me, I'm going to go ahead and take another swing at him with my warhammer.
You have advantage
because
because
you're flanking.
Okay then.
this is such a weird. I didn't expect
Oh,
it
that's
to be like a line, but that's what happens.
It's a line of
And-
boys.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a 23 to hit with the warhammer.
23 definitely hits.
That's going to take 12 points of bludgeoning damage to
Ooh.
him.
Nice.
And,
And then
gonna
shield bash at him.
Follow up with a shield bash on him. That's a 2. Wait, no, I don't get
You
advantage.
still get
You
advantage.
still get advantage
thank
with
goodness.
flanking.
Okay, that's a little bit better. Plus 7. 16 hit.
That hit.
So he takes an additional 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
17 total, right?
What was my first number?
Yeah, 17. I think 12 plus 5.
Oh, 12 plus 5. Yeah, okay. 17.
Okay, so that he is already not looking great.
Man.
Okay. He looks to be less than half health. You know these fights don't tend to go that long, even when there's a lot of people, because if you're hitting with weapons and you're not allowed to heal, you don't always do great. But with the second shield bash, he looks like he almost anticipated it but didn't. And he goes, "Hey," and that is your turn. Cal is going to. He may not move. Yeah, he's gonna stay right there and take his swing.
Uh-oh.
Trying to get the weakest link out of there.
He hits 24, 16. And he does 1, 8. I had these all laid out and then I lost them. Okay. So he hits him for 7 points and then he misses with the second one. So that is his turn. Yeah, with that, it's the Skeledris is going to take another swing at Alabroth.
Sure.
He hits him with a dirty 20, and
Jesus, man.
he rolled a 1 on his damage the first time, but he doesn't hit with the second attack though, so he does another 13 points of damage on you.
Aye.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
have hella hit points.
But that is his turn. With
Okay, then.
that, Pain is going to take a swing at you. He misses with the first one. He's already looking like a little woozy. He gets a nat 20 on his second one, but his second one is unarmed too, so it is 10 points of damage.
On me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is a nat 20, and that is his turn. It is the top of the round. It's your turn. You're up.
Okay.
He got a 20 and a 1.
Wow. Since the
Got
human
some
decided to
drunken
hit me
master
again,
going
I'm gonna go
on.
ahead and take another swing at him with the warhammer. That is a nat 20.
Yes!
Whoa!
Definitely
1d8 plus 4. Let's see. That is 8 max damage, so he takes 16 points of damage plus 4.
It's
So
20.
20 points of
20
bludgeoning
points of
damage.
Roll once more. Roll your bonus action.
Okay. Well,
Do you think you drop the shield and do it with your fist, or do you think you bash him with the fist? With the shield?
Oh, well, I mean, that was my attack on him, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and
You have a bonus
Well,
action.
yeah, you have
I
your
didn't want
offhand.
to. I guess I assumed you would attack with the bonus action. He looks to be real rough, but he's not down
He's
yet.
not down. Okay, I'm going to hit him one more time with the shield on my bonus action. That is 13.
You
You
That's a
still
dirty
have
20.
you still have advantage.
Roll
I'm
just to
just
see if you
still
get that
flanking.
20.
Okay, that's a 17 plus 7, so that's 24 to hit and
You-
5 extra points of damage.
With that, he crumples. Roll me. Roll me a Constitution saving throw
Oh,
at disadvantage. I want to see how well.
that's not good. I had a 3 and a 17, so it's a 6 total.
As he goes down, like, this douche canoe is just like everything about him and his like dramatic whatever just kind of gets to you in that moment. All your frustration starts to get to you in that moment. And I want you to say red haze. He starts to have a very, like, Alabroth starts to experience pretty intense red haze.
Mm.
I want to know if you think he could maintain, with all his anger and stuff leading into the fight, if he could stop hitting the guy.
Yes.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is your turn. He goes down. They have people who stand by for situations like this who take him off, like they're going to fix him up and he's going to be fine. He's just
Leave this
he would
be
bleed
there.
out real quick.
I do still get a movement, right?
You have movement if you want.
Okay, I want to at least
Get out from
stop
between
getting
these guys.
flanked.
Oh,
And
he was the one flanking you.
Oh.
The human and the tiefling had flanked you.
okay,
So it depends on.
I'd like to triangle this up since they're both like in those positions. So
Yeah, definitely. No, I mean, you definitely can. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, do you think Alabroth... Oh, that's the outside. You have to go the other way.
oh,
You could go maybe here and not be able to get flanked.
okay.
I'll let the circle.
You could. Now, Cav was flanking with you. You don't know what he's going to do next. But he was, like, help. You know, you're
Mhm.
kind of allies. You don't know what he will do. But yeah, you can move around on that side if you want.
Okay. Then.
All right. So with that,
Oh
Get
boy.
Skeletor from behind.
I'm trying.
That's not his name.
No, it's not.
It's Alabroth. It is Cav's turn
Skeletor.
after skeleton. After that, Cav
I'm
is
not nice.
Cav is going to move to a triangle position with you guys. And he's not going to flank the heel because he's not stupid. Like, you know?
Yeah.
And trying to decide. Roll me a d6. In 1 through 3, he's going to swing on you. 4 through 6, he's going to swing on.
Roll to 5.
Cool. So he's going to take a swing. He does hit him. This
Channel
is, the,
divinity.
this is the first time anybody except you and the human take the damage. But he hits him and does. Okay. And he misses with his second one. He kind of slices into the tiefling's like across his chest a little bit. Doesn't seem to be a big deal. Pain is off the field. So Skeledris is going to say, I can take all of you on. I ain't scared. And he is going to swing back at Cav. And he hits him, and he does not anything. So it is your turn.
Okay, now that I'm in the position I'm at,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and I do that as a bonus action with actions in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll do it like this. So I'm going to take a swing at Mr. Sword Guy, who's been battering me from behind over here with
Yeah.
my Warhammer. That is not good. That is a 4.
A 4 doesn't hit him.
Yeah, and I
Do you
don't
not
have.
have a plus?
I mean, it's 8, but
A 12 doesn't hit him.
okay then. Okay, so I missed with the Warhammer, but since both of them are right there, I'm going to go ahead and spit poison on them.
Ha!
That is going to be a. Oh wait, there's no plus on that.
It might be a saving throw.
There's 12 on that one. So yeah, there's
There's not a saving throw?
Yeah, there is a saving throw. They need to roll a
I was gonna say,
DC
what would you
con.
need to
DC
roll
con
to
14.
Wow, their cons are not. Well, the Goliath is decent.
Yeah, there's no roll for that. I just do it. So
Yeah.
it's in a cone, so it's going to hit them both.
Okay, so the
They have to be a 14 on the con.
tiefling rolls a 8, so that's not going to do it. And the Goliath was a 5, so even with his plus 6, it's not going to do it either. Full
Okay.
damage.
So 3d6s. Come on, let the number be high. That's wow. 8, 12 points of poison damage to the both of them. So as they just
That's kind of a big moment for him, I feel like, because he hasn't loved his breath. It's disgusting.
It is
And this
quite
is in
bad.
front of everyone. And like, yeah, it does a significant amount of damage to them. They both look kind of shaken up, and you think you might hear your father's voice, maybe yelling, like cheering. And you're like, oh, is that what that feels like when he is happy with me? Is that your turn?
That's it.
What are you guys? How are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? What's happening?
I'm actually checking to see if that was his dad cheering. I want to know what's going on with
If
his
that
dad.
occurs to Ronnie, then you don't have to roll. You
Okay,
can see
cool.
he's close enough to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna check and see if his dad cheered at that.
It's got like this weird like excitement it's not great when you see guys who get really excited at violence. At least not for me, but
Yeah.
like it's not the worst thing in the world. Is invested in the fight, and you see him. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll. Sorry, a perception check.
Okay. 17. I keep rolling 13s.
You see him kind of like at the king a little bit. He's kind of nods at him. What about you guys?
I'm getting more into it.
Yeah.
I'm still checking on Octavia, and I'm making sure that she's within like, you okay? You okay? Distance.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm getting more into it as the fight goes on.
It's nice to see it's kind of nice to see Alabra like doing a fight thing for himself. Kind of. It's weird. It gives you guys new appreciation for the fact that he's such a big, strong dude, and he's so like gentle in a lot of ways. And he's so concerned about the rest of your safety, and this is just him fighting. It's kind of cool to watch. What about?
Yeah, after I like check out what's going on with his dad, I will redirect back to Cheerfrau.
Right. Like, I think, yeah.
Do I hear them? Like, do I hear like my people cheering? Or
You can roll me a perception check to see if you have noticed that your party's here.
14.
Oh, you had a 23 earlier. Right?
Earlier. Oh yeah, I didn't know they were.
So yeah, you knew they were there. You
maybe glance up where they are. Maybe
you can see them. They're pretty like the raised part is back opposite of me, and so they're kind of like in front of you, the way
Okay.
you're facing.
I probably look over and see them like cheerleading.
They're cheering for you. It's crazy, and
You don't see Octavia. Octavia went back to back with Brana and has her hands over her ears and is shaking a little bit.
If that is the case, Ron will turn around. Do you need to leave? Do you need to step away?
She's just shaking her head, but like.
okay. Then with
He's gonna-
that,
He's gonna reach back and like.
Ember was concerned about Alroth and rage issues, but with that, she puts her hand on your shoulder so you know, like you're good, whatever, and glances at the king, and she goes, "Stay with His Majesty, please." And she grabs you, and she's taking you out.
Okay.
And we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
So it is the no, that was just yours, Cav.
Mhm.
Upon being poisoned all over, is he's not. He doesn't have advantage, so I don't know, but he does still hit you. As
Okay.
a nat 20. Has decided that you can handle. It was a nat 20 initially,
Okay.
and then I was like, oh, he doesn't have advantage, but
Oh,
he still
okay.
hits. But he rolled a 2 on his damage dice, so it only does 6 for him. And he missed you, I think. Yeah, he missed you with his others. So you take 6 damage, but that's his turn.
Skeledras.
Yeah, he's
I'm
going to.
Skeledras.
I think he's going to attack Cav, because Jarud would be the good guy, and he can't resist that. But it doesn't matter because he misses Cav, and it's your turn.
Okay. Since Cav's right there, let's go ahead and do this Warhammer thing again. That's an 8. That misses.
Okay.
Unarmed strike.
Yep.
That's a 17, so 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
On which one? Sorry.
Cat.
Cav.
Cav is starting to look pretty rough. They're hardy.
Okay.
So he's not on death's door yet. How's Albroth doing health wise? Like, what's his?
16 left.
Okay. You would guess you're in slightly worse shape than each of them, but not by a lot. So that's your turn. Cav is going to take his. Cav is experiencing some serious uncertainty because everybody wants to be part of the last 2, but he's going to take a hit at Scaledra, and he's going to hit him on the second one and do He actually does a pretty significant. Skeledris is looking rough. But he is going to switch tactics and attack Cav. He hits him for, but he doesn't appear to do a ton of damage. It's your turn again. They are both looking rough. Skeledris is looking a little rougher.
All
But
right.
you're feeling pretty rough too.
I'm going to go ahead and go for Skeledris since he's right there. Please let the number be high. Okay, that is going to be a 23 to hit.
That will hit him actually.
Let's see.
You're right.
What the hammer is going to take. That's going to be 11 points of damage.
11 point. That's real rough. He's starting to look really rough.
All right, following up with unarmed strike. That's going to be +7, 15 to hit.
15 hits.
5 more points of bludgeoning damage.
5 more.
Bing! Give him the old
He
Captain
is,
America.
But not John Walker.
No, that's the guy's. No, that's U.S. agent. He's a dick.
Cuts off his
that he
very
looks,
different shield.
He
attack.
looks to be on death's door. But Cat misses him both times. But that, like, this guy, Skeledris, has been kind of like a competitor. He was so willing to step into this role. He didn't care. He's kept a scowl the whole time. And he's beaten, like, when I saw one of the brothers get their nose broken in a WWE match and not break character a single time, and it's one of the most impressive things I'd ever seen. Was in the ER locally, talking so much shit at the camera about how they were going to come back. And that's the energy he brings. He's like, he looks at both of you, and there's almost a tiny nod, and he's like, he goes, "Skeledris will not give you the satisfaction." And he takes his long sword and he plunges it. It's almost an under the arm thing, but like in a part where it won't do damage. And he's like, he just falls back in a kind of baller moment. He had 2 hit points left. He was like,
Absolute gangster.
he's like, "I'll be back for you, dry rude." And he's just, and then he starts actually coughing. It's less of a bad one.
Al probably sees that just like,
You and
Seriously?
Seriously? Glance at each other like, "Oh."
that just happened.
And Cab's like, oh fuck, what do we do? But it is your turn.
So Purple Man's gone.
Purple Man is gone.
I kind of recover a bit like,
The crowd boos him with the enthusiasm of an esports arena. Like, yeah.
All
The
right,
Dallas esports.
You guys are having a blast. You're still worried about Octavia. You're still worried about Alabroth, but like, this is fun.
Yeah.
all right, I'll take a swing at it with the Warhammer. Unfortunately, it was a 9.
A 9 does not hit. Brennan,
All
you
right.
heard the king go, "Oh!" Like,
Gonna unarmed strike him.
he seems okay
God, I'm just
considering
getting
everything
unarmed
that's
strikes.
happening in his life.
25 to hit.
25
so 5 points of
hits.
bludgeoning damage.
Maybe we all needed to go watch Alabroth beat the crap out of people.
Yeah, right. How much? 5?
5 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
Because I missed with the
He
Warhammer.
has 12 points left. But he's going to take a swing at you. That's a nat 1 on his first one. The second one, what is his right now?
What? My armor class?
Mhm.
13.
He rolled a 13.
Oh, well, that's a miss.
No, he rolled 13.
Yeah, no, that's because mine is it's 13.
He has a
too.
plus to hit.
He has a plus stuff,
Well, I don't like that. So okay.
but also beats it with that. So we can't do anyway.
Let's try that.
If I had just gotten him with the Warhammer.
Yeah, he does 8 points of damage.
Oh boy.
But that's his turn.
All right.
Get him.
Going for the Warhammer again.
I'm trying to think. Alabroth has only gone down in the non-canonical one shot, right?
It's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20 hits.
1d8 plus 4. full damage. That is 12 points of damage with the Warhammer.
Yes!
With 12 points,
Yeah!
he goes down for a second. Relentless endurance.
Goliaths have
Not
relentless.
usually.
Oh.
He pops back up, but he only has one. I'm gonna let him only take an unarmed strike. Do you still
I
have
still
something?
have an attack.
Oh yeah,
So
you
Good
as
job,
he
hand.
so
You
as he
do.
gets up,
Shield bash.
21 to hit.
21.
5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Get
You
wrecked.
see him kind of like, and then you're just like,
Huh!
how does he do that final?
As he goes down, Alice probably like, yeah, but then as he jumps up, oh, like strictly reflex,
Not-
and just
Not a
uppercuts
cool
him with the
move.
shield.
He
Dead
starts
things should
to,
be
like,
dead.
fell and he kind of like shook it off, and then your reflex and then you almost apologize because you didn't even mean to. It just happened, and you see like he kind of goes down. He looks like he's got this proud smile on his
Aw.
face. He likes you. He always has.
So after I hit, I'll probably go like, because that probably makes the crowd pop.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Brana's up
but
like standing cheering.
So Alice probably still kind of felt like,
the crowd
yeah.
fucking loses its mind. You guys see the king is like jumping up and down.
I'm gonna offer a high five to the
Yeah,
king.
he high fives you like even said like pops you on the back. And the king, you're like, and you hear that's my boy, and you're like that couldn't have been your dad. He sounded so happy and enthusiastic.
What I will do is go over to Cab and help him back to his feet.
He's like, it takes you a second because like he conked out and
Put the hammer down. And,
yeah, you grab him, which is good because they have people who are too small trying to like drag these people away, and they were about to struggle with him. So like they throw like they have low level spells that they've thrown at him. So he wakes back up, and yeah, you help him up. He claps you on the shoulder.
I do the same.
Dread from up top is like, we have a new weeknight melee champion. Was it fixed? I don't know. Alibra, Draroot, and Cab holds
How
up
do you say fixed?
your hand. Like,
Once again, just a little bit awkward. Like, yeah, but yes.
because they're like, the crap just happened. He's like, when will he be back? And Scaledris, who's being healed on the sidelines, is like, whenever I'm ready.
I kind of point out like,
And he he's still kind of parading. He starts pacing a tiny bit, but he's leaning real hard on his longsword. He, when his back is to the crowd, kind of winks at you. And with that, you exit combat. Holy crap! I did not expect you to win that one. Yay! They come up. They don't have like trophies every night of the week. That would be rough. But they give you, I think they give you probably a 25 gold purse. People are doing it just for funsies, mostly. But yeah, 25 gold. They're going to escort you back downstairs, at least initially. And we're going to flash to Octavia and...
Follow him downstairs.
Okay. And what is Barna trying to go downstairs or trying to stay with the king?
I'm staying with the king
Okay,
because that is what Ember told me to do, and you know what? Not a bad plan to
Fair.
stay with the king.
Yeah, no, I think that's the better move, honestly. Just Amber takes you kind of like to that space in concerts where it's just not as loud. And she doesn't take you away from it or anything. But she just kind of like is standing there. She doesn't say anything. What happens?
She kind of takes her hands down and sit down. No. I can't even do that.
What?
Because he needed our support, and I can't even do that. There's just nothing.
You do not support. Mm,
He needed me to be brave twice, and I couldn't do it.
Alabroth needed break for.
Yeah, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight, and I ran, and then I did it again.
Alabroth, Alabroth, it's fine. This is contained environment. We are here in case he was not fine. He looked to be having fun. Like, he's like, she sits there for a second and she goes, it's not important. If you are not fine, you cannot take care of others. Sometimes have no choice. This is just fight. It's fine. Alabroth strong. Rana strong. Ronnie strong.
Yes, they are.
You do not. Let's see how well she understands that response. She's pretty good.
Yeah.
The understanding. She looks at you for a second. She goes, to be surrounded by this good, strong people do not venture with weak people. If your friends were not strong, you should not be in group with friends.
I shouldn't be.
Only if can rely on each other. So.
And they can't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll go back. I'll go back in. Yeah, I'll go back in.
Roll my dexterity saving throw.
Oh, that's horrid. I believe proficient. Hold on.
You are quite dexterous.
I'm fairly dexterous. That was a 9. 16.
She smacks you in the face.
Yeah.
She's like, no, you don't have to. She takes a second and because she's fighting with her own composure issues right now. And she's like, no one is ready all the time. You need to learn to identify when you are needed. It is not always. It's like,
I'm
she's trying to decide whether to slap you again or give you something to make you feel better. And she's like, look, night we meet, I have planned panic attack, did not help with heartbeat battle, almost died. No one is strong all the time. Even elves sleep, rest, sort of. So no, there will be times you are not ready or okay, and it does not matter. Life comes at you and demands you do things sometimes. Friends support. If you can't be all the way there, do you know how fortunate? And then she stops herself. You have found through fortune and skill people who are brave and strong, and if there are moments when you are not ready for everything in the world all the time, will support you. It's okay to have moments where you are weak. No one feels okay always. what you will get better at is knowing when and how to plan for eventuality.
Okay.
How's Octavia feeling right now?
It's, I mean, not 100%. She understands intellectually what Ember's saying, and she's gonna. It's in the process later category at this point, but straightens her shoulders.
Ember looks at you for a second and she goes, "We needed to come in case Alibroth hurt himself, hurt someone else outside of this. We did not need to come so that, yay, Alibroth for winning contests." King's enemies are near. There is dragon. There was angry cleric. There was a lot happening. We have a lot to do. Contest is contest. You can be proud someone wins. But if you are not okay, it's okay to not be okay if you could help friends only a little bit anyway. Like, many people cheer.
It's true.
And she goes, she looks at you for a second and she goes on her own cheek, like, pull together, we need to go back to His Majesty.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't call me that ever again.
Yes. And
Short.
you
You guys walk back. Ronnie, you went downstairs.
Mhm.
Yeah, like Alibroth, how do you come down off of your big thing?
Do I see Ronnie first?
You see,
Not making any attempt to be stealthful about it.
yeah, they lead you down immediately, like the door like busts open and the cellar like.
I'm probably like carrying all my stuff, and I'm like, Ronnie, did you see it? Yes! It was thrilling! Oh, this just was a battle life. It was like,
Alibroth's like moving
I was afraid I was going
around.
to lose that for a second, but then,
You look
I
you were
kept
wrong.
missing, but the shield, because it's big, boom! And then the Goliath, when he jumped up, I went, whoa, shit! And that was completely reflexive. I did not mean to hit him. It just happened.
Well, better that you did.
Yes, we're
They're with His Majesty.
we should go see our friends.
The guards that you've noticed before, like, come down and clear the room. They kind of like, they give them a minute to like patch up some. And when Alibroth's talking to you, there's a young human trying to like bandage the wounds, and he's like just kind of following around, like, oh,
yeah, I didn't mean to, and
No, okay.
now it won't go away.
what?
She
I
accidentally rolled
accidentally
initiative, but
tapped
it-
initiative because I was trying to scroll.
Oh
I did
yeah,
add 25 gold to my.
yeah. So they kind of come downstairs and clear it out, except for the fighters who've been cleared ahead of the fight anyway. And then everybody else joins you. They
Okay.
want to wait till it clears out a little before they all leave. So you guys are all head down there for a second and just like take a breather, and you're able to explain, just to shortcut it, you're able to give details to both the king and your dad about what's happening while you're waiting for the stadium to clear out. Eventually, like, Dread actually joins you guys, but that's the only other one. And we're going to take a break there, I think, unless anything else in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. We
Getting
will
some
be back
agua.
in a few minutes. We're going to hydrate and pee.
I've learned a lot.
Okay, we're back.
Hey y'all.
Mhm.
stop
them up.
explaining certain cultures to Jason.
No.
Jason, learning time is
No, I
over
meant
for
on
now.
air. We'll talk about it
I'm
later.
putting my chainmail back on because
Oh yeah, you guys take some time. You
I was
put
very
your-
squishy. And I didn't like it.
Yeah, so squishy. Yeah.
Yes, where's everybody else? Because
They all went down there with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I came down first, and then they followed shortly after.
okay, Rana, did you see?
It was amazing.
I just kind of look around like, did anybody else see me? Tell the blind. You saw her. Yes, it was. I just did not think I was going to win.
I wasn't sure if you were either, but I'm very proud of you.
I know. Fist bump. Oh. All right.
Your dad comes over. He doesn't say anything, but he does like clap you on the shoulder.
Dad.
Good fight, son.
Might have to, take some time and do it more often.
That sounds good. He's like so awkward. He stands around awkwardly for a few minutes. He wasn't really like part of the whole like group experience before. It's just like all of a sudden he realizes like he's hanging out with his son and his friends, and he's like,
Did I notice that Octavia left the fight? I mean, I knew where they were. So
"There's no way. There's no way."
Okay.
It was very cool.
Because especially since Octavia said that you didn't see her initially, there's no way you knew that she was
okay.
there and then left.
Okay, I do.
You can make an insight check to clock if you can see that she's still pretty shaken in general.
Okay, insight it is. That's going to be a 10.
Do that.
The roll was low, but I have a high insight.
I'm gonna. I mean, I guess roll.
Would you like me
perception.
That's a 10. And a -1.
You see that she's still kind of shaken up and like. You know that it's nothing personal, but she probably didn't care that much about the fight.
I'm going to put my shield and hammer down for a moment. I'm going to go over and just hug Octavia. Like a big
Roll
one.
a wisdom saving throw, or wisdom saving throw.
Oh, that's really good. A 19 plus 4.
Okay, so you don't burst into tears
Yeah.
immediately. In front of the
Yeah.
king, your
Yeah.
mentor,
And
your friend's dad.
I'm going to lean down and very softly say, I am sorry, my friend, for getting angry with you.
I'm sorry,
Just a
Phil.
little louder.
I'm sorry, my friend, for getting angry with you.
I'm sorry, Phil. Something else, I'm not quite sure what it is. I just got a whole lecture.
Whatever it is, we will beat it as this family that we are.
Octavia burst into tears.
Aww.
I'm gonna
Like-
kind of like
not loud,
shield
but,
her.
like-
Since I am quite bigger than I'm gonna kind of shield, like no one can see that she's crying. Just kind of like,
Feel a little shaky. And then after a
And
couple
they're-
seconds,
And a second, like, clocks it. They kind of, like, very quickly, in a way that you may not love, the group kind of starts to separate off to where the grown-ups are talking. No, your dad.
Ronnie
Ember,
will
and
gravitate
King.
toward the adults.
And it's not like they don't boot you
Yeah.
or whatever, but like, he's welcome to listen in if he wants. He's welcome to be there. They start kind of talking about.
He's an only child who was homeschooled by his dad. He's
Yeah, I
just
get that.
naturally
That's very much.
just hangs
I've
out
been there.
by the closest adult to him, just at the elbow. I have personal experience.
all right.
I was just thinking. Anyway, they
So before we finish, I will like, are you good now? Okay.
Alabroth is so big he can like entirely block you from line of sight.
And I just kind of like, all right.
Yes.
What is Brana doing? You can stand with the crying people. You could go approach the awkwardness of what Ronnie's doing, looking like he's about to ask permission to go outside. Like, it's up to you.
Stick with Octavia.
Okay, so yeah, like you guys do that. They're talking about pretty quickly they move into a jargony place about like with people you don't know and stuff about. They're talking about like what the king needs to do essentially and where to send people based on the information.
Yeah,
you guys
very
gave
shortly
him.
after realizing that he's not going to be able to follow the conversation, he will peel off.
Amber's going to like she clocked for a second, and she sits there for a second and she looks at you and she's like it may be a good idea. She goes, Ronnie, can you tell and that's about the time that Dread comes in and she goes, yes, so hello, Alibroth is a member of Strong Guys. Maybe explain what you have been doing for story for
Did we agree on
Alibroth
that one?
next fight. Giving you like a nice exit. And Dread immediately looks at you and goes, the Strong Guys, huh? Fascinating. What have you been up to? You're part of a group now. And so you kind of all circle up after a minute, and it's not as much that vibe anymore.
Ronnie will stumble through an explanation of their adventuring party and the broadest strokes of what he can remember that they did.
As with many people with pretty insane charisma, he's a very good listener. He's very active. He's asking a lot of questions. And you guys start to clock his energy, like his volume drops a little, like he's starting to come down off the and he seems like a pretty chill guy.
Yeah, Ronnie does not have bad charisma, but he is not good at improvising
Presentations.
a
of
presentation.
sorts.
So once he's no longer being put on the spot, he actually does a better job at explaining like their deal.
Mm-hmm. The Dread gets quieter and quieter, like just kind of absorbing the information. Kind of nice to have somebody else talking, and he asks all of you a bunch of questions. After about like 45 minutes, you guys head back.
Hey, what's the time check anyway?
It's
It's late.
probably it's pretty late, but not like
5:54.
it's like
I'm sorry.
it's like 9:30 probably.
Okay.
Yeah, because you got to the magic shop and it was closed, and then you had the fights and stuff, and they were starting to prep dinner. So if you guys end up heading back towards Alibroth's place, like yeah, there's a whole they kept things kind of going since the
Okay.
king left, and even Dread comes over and it's kind of a nice like more family like intimate kind of second dinner with the food that they've kept for you.
So how aware is everyone of what we encountered in the?
Because you told because you got through a lot of it with Ember, they are as aware of the tactical stuff within that circle of adults anyway who were talking about it, because they were talking about if the king should go back to Strassus. The castle's actually not in Strassus, it's nearby. If he should go there, if he should, like, what would happen, and trying to evaluate like where to maybe look for the kids and stuff. But everybody knows the outline of what happened.
Okay, well, I'm gonna bring my friends. The fight made me think about something. Of course, what we did was probably the smartest course of action. But being in that situation made me realize we are grossly unprepared for what we're going up against. So what are we going to do?
Who all are you talking to
I'm
in this
talking
moment?
to just the strong guys.
Okay, good.
As much as I
I
can.
was like, did you say that from the king?
No, just
No. Yeah. Okay, totally. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think we were planning to fight a dragon.
We've been lucky.
Aye. We're able to avoid it. I think we should keep going with that.
We need better armament.
I don't think it would be a bad idea to do that.
Still carrying the same hammer and shield, and Octavia has a stick. It's a good stick. But maybe there's a
Would
better
you-
one.
3 of you have sticks.
I do have a stick.
Yeah.
The trouble is that you've only ever seen me use it as a walking stick when we're hiking.
Like, if anything got close enough, I would probably hit it.
But we need to prepare. I'm sure the magic shop will be open in the morning, and I don't scare the shop owner and everyone around in the area again, and maybe take some of our newfound riches.
What?
And nothing.
Oh, you didn't hear about that.
You don't know what happened, incidentally.
What?
That you scared the shop owner only right.
Oh, okay. Instead of me, bellowing in the middle of the street in rage and anger.
Told her
Not my proudest moment, but I also did spit poison on 2 people today at the same time. That certainly was a first.
That was
It kind of was. Yes, I thought so too. Anyway,
You did what?
I did my poison breath on 2 of the fighters.
No, of course saw that.
Oh.
No, I mean the bellowing.
Well,
The shop was closed.
Okay.
I was in a mood.
you're familiar with the mood.
Maybe she hasn't seen me angry.
I'm aware of the emotion, though.
Yeah,
felt it
you were
myself.
you were there whenever he was quite
He
frustrated.
was seething. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if Octavia clocked that it wasn't after her, did she? Okay.
Nope.
He was quite frustrated after we left the changeling and the dragon.
Yes.
And so he charged toward the magic shop, and then he yelled at me, and then he yelled in general, just bellowing in the middle of the street, and he scared a couple people. But that's fine. They probably won't remember that tomorrow.
Good hope.
Okay.
and then we went to the fight, and that's where you also were, and you watched the fight, and it was great.
I watched it, and it was great.
It's a great fight.
Yep.
Did you clock that Ronnie just winked at you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Bellowing in the street.
Did
in the meantime,
help?
not at all.
No. Okay. Thought
Pity.
I might try it.
I mean, maybe it'll help you. You never know.
But I think after some rest, which I could certainly use after today, we should at least go searching through the town to see what we can find to help us out. Going in, nothing feels comfortable going up against a dragon, but it may be a possibility, and I don't think it's unclear to you all that I want that changeling.
We all do.
Good.
Well, I'm going to bed.
Amber walks in.
I'm going to bed.
She looks at you guys and she's like, what's his next order? What's plan?
Oh, well, I'm going to do the bravest thing that I've done today.
She goes, short. What's his next tomorrow? What's his other? What's his next? She goes, My plan tonight is bedtime.
Yes,
bedtime.
sleep would be good.
Going to get better armament.
She goes,
Better
"Oh,
weapon.
you yes, that would be wise." And then
We need to find that changeling, because he said he knew where the princes were, possibly. It's unclear whether that was a fact from what was relayed to me, but if he knows where the princes are, we need to find him, but we also need to find him because he framed us for arson in like 3 different towns.
I'm sure she's like,
and killed one of our friends.
she said, I think there are several things that need to happen. If changeling lead to prince, it would be good. Well, changeling need to be found, but
Princess.
need to be found. Those maybe both are same, maybe not. Do not know. The king probably should not stay in proximity to dragon. Maybe changeling, maybe not, maybe changeling. She asks you in that moment because she'd only gotten third-hand information about what was said. She's like, what did dragon say about organization? Changeling is part of organization, maybe, or something. And this isn't me quizzing Cass, so if you need me to fill in something, let me know.
Nope. Dragon doesn't want the princess. The changeling associates have the princess. They should have working together. Seems like
The dragon, the
dragon
dragon and the changeling are not working together. The changeling
is bringing the dragon like sacrifices.
brought him a sacrifice.
Oh.
And when he said something about the dragon was
is
basically
sacrificing.
like, we're not buddies. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And
Said it was charitable. The dragon was like, no.
the dragon was like, I'm not going to kill you because you might amuse me.
The dragon said that the changeling was the lowest tier, and the changeling was surprised and said that he ascended.
So this is the first like inkling you've had of an actual organization with apparently some sort of structure.
Yeah.
Or something is happening. Like, you know for sure that he's not just working in whatever, because the dragon confirmed it apparently.
Yeah. And we knew that he was working with at least 3 other people.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
Yeah.
3 other probably changelings.
3 other, he's working with 3 other people.
Yeah.
And Ember had suspected maybe he was part of something based on stuff she'd seen in her past.
Yeah.
And she's like, I have not heard ascended before.
It seemed, well, not at the time. It seems odd phrasing. It's not usually for organizations. It's usually more for things like gods. It seems very spiritual almost.
Do you think it's a cult?
A cold?
A cult.
Everybody roll.
It was cold.
It was very cold up there.
Roll a-
No, you know what? You don't have rolls yet for this. You don't know. It does sound cold-like. But who knows? There's certainly, like, in this world, there's not... Cults tend to be later, like, society things very early. And then later, the more, like, subtle cults, and some of those are springing up a little, but not a ton.
Is there any history of cults specifically worshiping dragons in this world?
For that, I'll just answer that question, but go ahead and roll me an insight check as well. Just you.
Not a history check?
No.
Maybe with advantage? 'Cause-
No, you don't need the check for that.
Oh, that's, it doesn't matter. 24.
Dang.
That's the insight. It did
Looked
not
like you were about to
seem.
punch
It
him.
didn't seem worshipful. It seemed a little like the changeling was like, wait, am I going to kill this? What's going to happen? That he stumbled into a situation and
One more
was
time?
like,
Sorry.
it seems like the changeling had stumbled into a situation. It doesn't seem like an ongoing thing, and he didn't seem to worship the dragon. He tried to threaten him,
That's true.
or her, or them, if it even is a dragon. No, like it's out. I know, and it would be pretty obvious. It was dragon eggs.
It was
something
dragon
giant.
eggs. It was a giant thing. Yeah.
Right.
We don't know what age it is,
no,
which is
but
going to
it's-
matter very much.
I mean, like shuffling, even then you have a loose idea of size. It was getting. I'm not gonna put a size category on it. I don't have them all memorized. It's big. It's real fucking big. Like
It's Asian, isn't it?
maybe. Who knows?
So
Sometimes
probably
adults
not
are
worshiping dragon. Probably came into contact with the dragon accidentally.
That's the vibe you got.
But I definitely
there
got
is
cult
cults. There are cults that worship dragons. Most of them are kobolds.
Yes.
Dragons can actively encourage worship.
Yeah.
This dragon didn't seem to care enough to do. It was very much like you. Like it
Yeah.
wasn't trying to do the society, culture, manipulative anything. It was just like, of course you're an underling. You should bring me shit.
Okay. So
Since you're here, get me food.
cult seems likely. I don't think it was based around the dragon, which I think has happened. But not that. I don't know what their goals are any more than I did. Just a suggestion. Seems likely. I don't know.
I don't either. It's not comfortable. Okay. We do not know what to do about dragon yet. But she looks at Alibroth and she goes, they will be sending. Do not want to storm dragon because hundreds of eggs. There were hundreds of eggs, which means soon something has, but not good idea to go in halfway. Maybe open eggs, a bunch of eggs seems bad. We want to burn the whole thing down at once if possible, or something like that. But your father, they will be exploring area for other entrance was used, and
That's what Ronnie
looking
believed,
for
yes.
prints and for the mountains, probably with help of Lacros, because other side of mountains is Lacros, but not sure what will happen. Where will you go next? Here, or will you stay? The King Deldrit needs escort, and is not safe for me to be with him for too long because target
Oh,
for the things. Also, why I do not carry money often.
so
Don't want to increase danger for them.
we need to take the king back?
She's like, you needed to find King, and you did. And she goes, straight up, she goes, I'm so proud of all of you. You find King, you went back. You have done very, very well. You are not. I cannot order you to do anything, but are not. This is not something you have to do. I'm asking what you want to do next. If you are headed back towards Lapros and all of that, then I may ask you. Did she know? Was she there? She goes, he paid you, yes, so you can upgrade already for that, which could help, but
It would be good for the king to be at the seat of power again.
she looks at you and she's like, your father can provide some resources to do it if you do not wish to. It is up to you. She looks around, she goes, I will be resting. Talk amongst yourselves and just wanted to these are the things going on. And she goes, and because King is here, your father, there are guards. I do not know if watch is normal, but there is heavy security. And you know your area to be very secure if you guys choose to
But
stay
the
there.
kingdom would probably have better security. I understand. They did lose him once already.
Yeah.
The king probably is, I mean, no matter what, there are limited resources overall. Like your father can send guard with king, then guard does not check mountains for children as well. So it is up to you. I'm going to bed. Good night. And she walks out like really abruptly.
I have a question for Kat.
Yeah.
Octavia is pretty good with maps.
Mm-hmm.
And Ronnie's pretty good with knowing where we are.
Captain and
Yes.
such.
Is there any way that we can do a roll to try and figure out where the other exit could be?
Ronnie was fully intending
From
to
the
do that.
outside,
Yeah.
no, because you've never seen the other side of those mountains.
Okay.
You could tell you can roll something. You can't get that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm not talking like even a general area of like how far we went into the cave and what general direction.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Ronnie was fully intending on bringing whoever wanted to come with him
Mhm.
up into the mountain and then like floating up to like scout like topographically.
Like trying to figure out
Yeah, like looking at it from above and seeing if
figure out where
I can see.
What are the
They want to do drone cartography.
to figure out where the change.
No, I love
Yeah,
it. No,
don't
I
know
love it.
why. I'm trying to figure out
let
the
me look
limitations
at-
of where levitate can get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I don't think it'll get me up high enough to be like that far above the mountain, or at least not far enough that it would make it to where my vision is not going to serve me.
Mhm.
But I can climb in the mountains. I can navigate the terrain there. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
And I can chill or warm up to 1 pound of non-living material to up to an hour. Does that
Those are equally useful all the
is
time.
that anything?
You can set your map on fire if you want.
I can instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, torch, or small campfire.
You could snuff out your map as well, so that's something, I guess.
It will levitate me 20 feet up into the air.
You feel like there could be some merit in it, something
Yeah.
that you guys actually did clock. And actually, we talked about you were going down the whole time. And so, like, yes, you can do that, but like, you think you roll survival to see, like,
Yeah, there would be limited utility to it.
no, I mean, roll survival
But,
now. I want to know if you know how far back down you went.
Nope, not 1. With a +4, that is a 5, because that was a
Do
nat
you know
1.
where you are now?
Maybe I'm too
Wow.
tired.
Cold. No, so I would say with that, you can tell them, you'd be able to tell them like the cardinal directions and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
But-
well, and if I'm being raised up into the air, I can tell them where like deep depressions are.
Right. But like you could, if you went back, then you could have some utility for them. You're not going to be able to give them a ton of information, but you
No.
will be able to be like, oh, it's, it would be, hang on, I could do this. It would be, because they went east, the mine faces east, it probably faces west. And that depending on how long it takes to wind through that entrance, it might even have dropped below the tree line, is what you know. Which is not great news for trying to find a small hidden entrance
Mhm.
into a cave environment. There's not a ton you'll be able to do, but some direction. If you went up there, you could maybe be helpful. You don't feel super confident that you would be as efficient as you can be as a ranger in that situation. It's hard to, there are things that can't be known without just like wandering.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she leaves you alone. I don't know, do you guys talk about it that evening, or are you gonna she tells you, she didn't tell you anything. You got the vibe it wasn't super urgent. And I will say, you guys talked about maybe going to the magic store.
Yep.
And she didn't seem to think that she needed an answer before that. So probably you would assume they're going to make a decision about who does what and what looks like what based on your guys' plans as well tomorrow at some point.
One more thing while everybody's still around, I go, now to summon up just a little bit more courage for today, I reach in and take out the sending stone. Does anyone have anything they want to say to Soraya and young Pebbles?
Let me think.
That would be best.
At this point, it's pushing 11:30. So
Yeah,
you,
leave like a message.
no, I know. I just, you don't think Pebbles will be awake now if
The
you
end.
choose to do it. Soraya might be.
You can't.
Just think
You can't
Pebbles
leave
is-
a voicemail on a sending stone.
Just can.
You
They'll
can
check it
write
out.
that.
It glows when it has a message.
Yeah. So they'll wake up in the morning to a pleasant message.
I mean, if you talk real loud, maybe it comes through loud enough. It's like, Soraya!
I want to do that. Oh, sorry, butt dial. No.
Yeah.
Ronnie's sitting there with still this look like, ugh.
No, it's like
Mia's
he has
sitting
an
there with that
idea
look.
of what he wants to say. He's trying to figure out like how to say it.
Oh no, girl, kids.
Yes, I know it's awkward for you.
Nothing. I'm head empty, no thoughts.
Well,
Give the brain cell to Ronnie.
my message for Pebbles would be, "Hi, Pebbles." For Soraya, it would be that like we've picked up a fresh trail.
I don't plan
On-
to disclose anything about the king for their own
Yeah,
safety.
I don't want to
Good.
tell them about
They
that.
don't need that information.
So
yet.
we've picked up a fresh trail on the villains that we're pursuing,
I'll start sending. And,
or I guess a fresh lead.
hello, Soraya and Pebbles. I know the hour is late, but it has been. How many words do I get on this one?
25.
25.
You're at 15. No.
Oh, hold on.
You might want to rephrase that before you actually start
It's going
saying
to
it.
reset at dawn anyway.
Though the hour is late, we have a fresh lead.
That's
Every-
it.
Have a fresh lead.
And
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
That's all. That's all I need.
Done.
Oh wait.
Well, I didn't get to say hi to Pebbles.
He said hello, Soraya.
Okay, well,
That's different than saying
okay.
hi,
And I put
Bubbles.
it back in my little pouch
And
thing.
he could have said hi, Sarai. Hi, Pebbles. He would have had the exact same number of words. As don't hear anything for like 10 seconds, and then you hear, sounds good.
Yeah.
You assume she was very
She
much
was
asleep.
super
I
asleep.
think I woke up.
Well, I hope she can go right back to sleep.
And I'm going to go try that myself. Where are we crashing anyway? Are we crashing the compound?
We're at your family's house right
Basically, your mom and basically almost everybody in your family house is kind of bunked up elsewhere to give the king, and you can have extra space as part of that. They made room for him, and it just turns out right now he doesn't have a lot of escorts like he normally would, so they made extra too much room. So there's spaces. Your brother's place is available, I think, for all of you guys if you want.
Okay, well.
And you can stay with them, or you can stay in your room, but it's right next door either way.
I'm going to say my prayers to Bahamut and thank him for the strength in the battle that I had today and go to bed.
Okay. What about anybody else do anything?
No.
In your dreams that night, you feel just a sense of an understanding that it can be hard to wait for justice to happen. That is maybe the number one thing you have in common with Bahamut, even and above the dragon thing, is the passion for justice. And just like, I get it. It's just a vibe. There are no words. There's no anything, but like, it's hard to tell if it's you or if it's him telling you or if it's both. It's just like, you're gonna get your fucking day. It sucks that it wasn't today. And that's the way it goes. Anybody else? Anything?
Ronnie's stewing.
Outwardly?
Well, I mean, if
Everybody's sleeping.
no one notices him, then no one notices. He's not hiding it or
What
anything
is
like
Ronnie
that.
stewing about?
He's a little conflicted, one, about what to do, because it makes a
There's
lot
like
of
wilderness things he could help with.
Yeah, there's like he always meant it whenever he said that like he was going to help with the oh, I hate my voice. That's awful.
When he said he was going to help with.
When he said he was going to help with bringing the changeling villains to justice for Rock, and more for Soraya and Pebbles, because Rock probably isn't going to get much satisfaction out of it at this point. But he meant it more once he promised Alabroth that that's what they would do.
Mm-hmm.
But it also does make a lot of sense that it would be good to help escort the king, because I mean, we found him and they lost him. So
yeah. I don't know to what extent you guys are all aware of it, but like, this is the first time that you've been like, I think, treated as a party like as equally valuable a resource as everyone else. They didn't have a ton of hope for the Oblex solution for you guys, but people had to split, things had to happen. They wouldn't have a lot of hope for anyone. Now they're like, we understand that you guys have agency in what you do next. And we know that you haven't signed up for us to just yell at you for what to do. Can you help with something? It's up to you what you think. And that kind of is awesome, and it kind of sucks, because now you have to decide what you're going to do.
Yeah, he does have one more thing that he's kind of stewing over, which is that he has a great relationship with his dad.
Mm-hmm.
So he's real conflicted about Alabroth not having that, particularly because like he thinks that I forgot his dad's name.
Sebrick.
You're looking at me.
You had it written.
Sistek.
Yeah, he feels like
Oh, I thought you
Sistek.
meant
No,
dad's
no,
name.
no.
I was like,
Alabroth's
why
dad.
would I know that?
I think
he feels
Ronnie's dad
like-
is Johnny Ranger.
Ronnie has not shared his father's name with any of
No.
you guys.
But anyway, his
The Sistak should be more proud of Alabroth for the person that Alabroth actually is.
Oh.
But he is also like, he's thinking specifically about how excited Sistax was that Alabroth had used his poison breath, because Ronnie was also really proud of that, but more because it was Alabroth feeling comfortable being who he is.
it's interesting.
And-
like it's an interesting conflict. Like was a separation.
Yeah,
you
Ronnie
understanding your
feels
parents.
Ronnie feels comfortable with the elements of himself that are like things that are what make him the sort of person that he is. He's happy with his breeze and being able to he's not at conflict with that in the way that Alabroth is. So he's really proud of Alabroth feeling comfortable using his poison breath, but he feels like he's not happy about it for the same reasons that Sistax is, and he's
It makes their tension interesting for Ronnie to be like, wait, so is the dad being who the dad is supposed to be and just wanting his son to accept who he is inescapably with this poison breath thing, or is he rejecting his son for not choosing to be violent all the time? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, well, and he feels like whatever is going on, and Sistax said he has no way of knowing, but he feels like it's probably both, and he doesn't feel like they would ever be on the same page about what's going on. And he's
I
like,
get that. I think Ronnie is experiencing. Only children have not understood my experience, Kat's experience, that well traditionally. Like, there's a lot that was going on in my family. I also had a big family. And Ronnie's like, okay, so this is what, like, parent stuff is. My dad just hung out. And my mom there's a whole, like, Ronnie, I think maybe for the first time, was like, maybe everybody has parent stuff and it's just different for each person.
yeah, well, and
But like it is weird. Like you're normally, I think Ronnie maybe is used to being able to explain adults to their children, like if needed, because he's hung out with adults for so long, and now is suddenly like, oh, wow, like this is an adult. I don't entirely understand how
yeah,
he's approaching this, and usually that's so easy.
yeah,
for
he
me.
doesn't get where
Homeschool
Sistax
didn't
is
teach you
coming
that.
where Sistax is coming from at all, because it's like it's so very alien from the relationship he's had with his parents, or as it may be, parent.
Yeah. If you guys were in harsher environments, I would make you roll something to see if that affected your sleep. But in this case, it just you have time and you're safe. So like, yeah, he struggles with that and has to avoid looking at Octavian. Get all creeped out again. But hey, no dark vision makes it not that hard. And the night passes without incident. You guys wake up. There's a big breakfast. Because you had woken up very early the day before, like by the time you get up, like things are already in motion. You don't necessarily see anybody first thing, but there was like, you guys had breakfast burritos or whatever. There's not a ton of people around.
That makes me want a breakfast burrito right now.
I know,
a
right?
breakfast
It
burrito.
sounds so good.
I think we're headed to the magic shop.
You head, yeah, everybody. You head to the
Please
Attuned
be open now.
Adventurer.
While we're on the way to the magic shop,
Mhm.
I'm gonna consult with the party about what sort of things might be helpful. Ronnie does not know.
If they had something, called the dragon killing hammer, that might be.
I
Oh, we
don't
don't
think
search
I could use it though.
Are we dead set at this very moment we're fighting a dragon?
No, but
No. Maybe we should talk about that before we buy stuff.
looking at it, I kind of grab my chainmail. Might be time to upgrade to something a little bit more haughty.
My mentor always said that you needed weapons and something to hold things. That there are, I don't know.
Something to hold the weapon, or like
No,
other
something
things?
to hold. Like it's good to.
A satchel of some sort.
Yes.
Who said that?
Elephant.
Do you have any feelings about that? Does she have any feelings about? It's the first time she said that in a while.
It is, and she process that later.
She feels a little ping, and she's like, "Oh, anyway, I'll put that on the list, I guess."
Yeah.
Also, my
Things to panic about.
Only need
Part
4 hours
12.
a night. How do I never process anything?
Yeah.
also my shield seems to have the imprint of someone's face in it. Just,
Why? Why?
Gross.
oh, you missed that part.
No, I didn't. No, yes. When it's face.
You kind of glance like it's just the part of the shield that's not dirty. It's not so much an imprint.
yeah,
That's
it's
insane.
The rest of it is just blood and there's a face.
It's
it is-
like, but yeah.
they're all items that may help.
What is your normal AC?
18.
Yeah, we'll see if you can increase that for cheap.
Yeah.
Chainmail makes your armor class go up by 5?
Apparently.
Oh, 18 with your shield, right?
Probably, because I have leather armor and my makes me only go up by 1.
I mean,
Just
my armor
change
class
your-
overall
Actually, my
is
shield gives me
What?
+2 AC.
I'm a monk, so my armor class is also 18, but
Yeah, my shield gives me a +2, and the
That makes
I
sense.
need to get pickier about you casting your free hand and having your hammer in your free hand because that's insane.
well, I do the buckler shield thing. That's what I thought I was going for. Not like the ones that you hold, like the one that just straps to your arm.
I'm not trying to nerf you. I'm just saying buff might be harder
Or the-
than you think.
the Dark Souls thing where you hold your shield like this so that your wrist would immediately get shattered if anything hit your shield.
Oh, absolutely not.
It
No.
bothers me so bad in
No
Dark
way.
Souls because they hold it's like bent a little bit, so like you're shattered immediately,
Mm.
and all Dark Souls games do it.
They do it specifically to annoy
Anyway,
you. Specifically.
So, you know.
Sorry,
But yeah,
Little-
sorry.
slight
No,
difference.
like that was anyway to me. But not processing that right now. Yeah, you guys
Part
can
17.
keep talking about if you want. I don't know.
I'm going for things that'll help more so to help me be a bit more stealthy, so I can be a bit more help in the future with Arcadia. I can't see in the dark. And helpful.
You've been fairly stealthy so far.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Also, maybe something to make this. You like plays with his hair a little bit, a little less standoutish.
You want a haircut?
No,
Want a hair dye?
something.
I could give you a haircut.
I could give
I would like to keep the length.
just mule on it.
I would like to keep the
Well,
length.
Ronnie keeps his hair short.
Ah,
Ronnie has a breeze. I can't think of anyone less like less
Yeah.
proficient and
Well, you know.
just conceptually at giving a haircut than somebody who's
It's
going
like
to be
trying,
blowing
it's
the
like
hair.
trying to cut
Well,
somebody's
all
hair
the time by
while
accident.
blow drying
Well,
it.
the thing is
Like,
that
it's just a bad idea.
He has to keep his hair at least a little short
Mhm.
Otherwise,
because
it's just,
otherwise it's a huge liability for him being able to see and also getting horribly tangled.
What is
Yeah.
that like?
Well,
No, I
he
just wanted
holds
to
it.
cut somebody else's
swear.
hair. Like,
If you say anything about a mustache,
stash.
first of all, how dare you stop me from telling you about the benefits of, the masking ability of a mustache?
I would like to keep the clean shaven look. I think it suits my face better.
Oh, It's not a matter of suiting your face. It's a matter of hiding it. Like, and I kind of just reached out. Ha! Barely recognize me.
Octavia
it's
burst
like
into
dip-
tears. Just at this line.
She's just encountered a stranger. That's all that is.
I hate
Yes.
it.
I hate you.
I mean, depending on the shape of the mustache, it might suit you, but
I'm
Is
not.
that Rana? Is that Rana? Yeah.
As I do this, like the mustache kind of gets
It's
cockeyed
like
just a little bit. Just
Oh.
No. No.
people are going to recognize you immediately. Anyway,
And you
Like,
hear a
over
cat
here, there's just
nearby.
a yowl.
You guys
somewhere.
instinctively look around for
Coming from
Shackles.
inside the house. Yeah.
And
Thank
you're
you,
like,
random cat.
Shackles is not here. Let me see.
yeah, I suppose it would be a good idea to like have something where I can carry things besides just my backpack, which I already wear. Maybe somewhere where I can keep my backpack. 'Cause it's a little heavy sometimes.
You have to keep your backpack in another bag.
Well, no, but if we get like
a hat and a hat.
if we get a thing that carries things, I mean, I guess it would still be the same weight. It'd just be
What is your strength anyway?
my
Oh,
number score or my plus.
oh, never mind. See.
It's not bad.
So stealthy things, holding things, killing things. The general categories.
Now, the fight did let me know that I don't do well with melee.
I would like a special stick.
See, there's the spirit.
Maybe
You should
maybe
have texted me that.
maybe
No,
there's like a bow that does something cool to my arrows that I don't do myself.
Okay.
I don't know.
We get to the shop yet, or am I ready for second breakfast?
It's up to you. When you get to the shop, though, it is open.
Good.
I kind of look around like,
I
oh,
was gonna be like, it's still closed.
I
Sorry.
thought about it.
The owner went on vacation.
okay, we enter the shop.
Closed
Yeah.
until further notice.
Damn it!
When you get there, the Tyranna Adventure has like a little bit of an air of like, it's almost like it has a gate in front of it, first of all. So it's got like kind of a Willy Wonka thing, and that there's a lot of stuff that you don't know what's happening back there.
Yeah.
It's most of this area is kind of Bavarian with the white buildings and the dark accents everywhere. And but this one is just from the outside, it is a dark blue building, which is very strange with white accents. They contrast quite nicely, and it's like one of those, it's only a single story, but it looks like those where it's like it's one story, but it's big one story. Like we could have made a second floor, we just didn't because we don't want to. Anyway, it's a high roof, and when you get there, there's several like little like plates that have light cast on them
Mm.
that are kind of showing. A
Oh,
blue
God.
one, a yellow one, a red one, just kind of seem to be moving around. They seem to be low-level spells
Mhm.
attached to kind of put them in patterns
Maybe we
and
get a blue
stuff.
light special or something here.
Yeah.
Animate object is the first level.
Animate object, no, it's third, I think. But like, yeah, they're little animatronics basically, and it's just mirrors that have light cast on them, so they reflect off each other too. And there is a big like sign that wasn't there before. It's in the window. That's why. That says, hang on, I need my notes. I planned a thing.
Montage shopping spree.
Montage shopping spree with a quick Google into what Bavarian means.
It's German.
Yeah, I looked it up.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
got something to do
Yeah,
with bear.
I knew
Yeah.
Bavarian was German. I just had no conception of what that building looked like, so I also Googled it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we made eye contact, and I was like, I think we're doing the same thing.
And then I'm over here like, I know exactly what that is.
Show off.
I
My
don't know.
sister
There
lived
used
in
to be a
Germany for 30
Bavarian
years, so.
part of town in Dallas that
Really?
used to go eat sausages and drink awful beer and awful sausages. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Germans. It's bad.
Yeah, I don't do German food.
Yeah, I had a BFF who's a foodie. It was the worst.
That's
I'm
I,
like,
I
unfortunate.
do, I
Was it
do like
Hannibal?
German food, but
I like other German food that I've had, just not the meat. Anyway,
I do not
so
like German.
there is. Hang on.
it would be fair to say that I just like food, to be fair.
I mean, yeah,
Let's see how many times I can say fair in a sentence.
it's my cousin's cat. She's very typical.
Excuse you, that cat is an angel.
That is a yowl. That is what Stitch used to do every night when I went to bed. He was very angry because he was cut off from his brother. And she would like, stop.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me pet it
Um,
once. Like, Alex was standing there
Yeah.
and wanted me to pet. I got this little
Mm-hmm.
mini scar because he did the.
Yeah.
He's like, you don't stop till I say so.
Yeah.
sorry, I'm having trouble with that.
Then
Everything
he,
good?
then he went
Yeah, yeah, totally.
I'm like, he's having it.
Yeah.
We're
There's,
done.
there's an incident when my nephew was in town with Cat's cat, Haxel. And she was freaking out. And then his dad, my brother, walked into the room, looked at my nephew, looked at Cat and was like, he wouldn't leave Haxel alone. Just immediately like,
all week have been like, just if he is all the way under the bed, don't crawl under the bed. And just because that's his hiding place. He was like, no, it'll be fine. I'm almost there. 1 second.
Yeah. Lost my stupid highlighter, so now I can't label places. I can only label people. So we haven't been anywhere in several sessions, apparently.
Just an avoid.
Yeah, just an avoid of our own making.
Okay. So you walk. Anyway, in the window, it says, returning this year, steal this item, and I'm gonna have to fill in what the item is later because I can't find it. Steal this item, sign in the window, for 72 hours without getting caught, and keep it along with 10,000 platinum. Ask for details inside, and then there's a disclaimer. I don't know if you guys read it.
I read
that
it.
small. It says, Tuned Adventurer is not responsible for injury or death. And it says, AA will also not be held responsible for any memories lost as a result of engaging in this challenge, whether they are your memories or memories of you.
What?
Anyway, there's a sign in the window that says that. Alabroth, roll a history check. I want to see what awareness you have of this.
Okay, that is not good. 8.
You know that this is something that's been done before, that they used to have up, and as far as you know, it's never been successful. There are lots and lots of rumors that you can't currently recall about what happens to different people that tried. It's basically like when tech companies put on hackers conferences to find the vulnerabilities. It's something like that.
Yes, I that challenge. I don't know anyone that's actually been able to do it. Oh no.
That's not a challenge.
There are
Brana.
Alibroth does know that there are 4 of these shops. There's one in Strassus. There's also one in 2 continents that you haven't been to. It's an ancient family and whatever.
I would not, I would not attempt such a thing.
You are you.
And now there may be others here that would engage in such foolery. And I kind of reach over and just kind of touch Brana's shoulder. But should he decide guidance would be helpful to him.
Alibroth does know that there's some stuff around it. It's not something you can walk in and be like, I'm going to try that challenge today. That there are parameters, but like it is a real thing.
What's up?
That happens.
I just kind of do that, and should one of us with faster hands try something like that, I'm pretty sure Bahamut would guide them. And I just kind of please add a D4 to any ability checks you do. Going into this, don't know. What?
Did you just cast a spell?
I did not cast a spell. I cast a cantrip. That's completely different.
You
Anyway,
didn't cast a thing at all. It's fine.
it was,
Is this you guys talking outside? You walk in? What's happening?
no. This was outside where we're looking at the sign, and I just kind of just casually mentioned that, and just kind of
I'm
there.
going to ignore the skullduggery.
I would not engage in such a thing. Anyway, into the shop.
So there's a little bell on the door that kind of rings.
Of course
and
there
whatever.
is.
You walk in, and Alibroth, I think you actually, like, this shop was shut down for a while in the middle of the war. Like, you probably, I don't know, you maybe wandered in before, but it was like, most of the stuff I cannot afford.
Yeah.
Just like,
There's light in the pockets.
Yeah, yeah, and because, like, when you were younger, they don't usually like kids in the shop at all.
Yeah.
And
Probably
so
told me to get out.
not a lot of experience here. But you walk in, and immediately, first of all, it smells really good. It's quiet, it's breezy, it smells like sandalwood kind of. And you walk into a space with very nice wooden floors with very high ceilings, and there's like kind of banners around of just like clearly stuff they made that is like it's advertising different magic goods, very minimalist, and it's all stuff that you guys know what they are, except maybe Octavia. Just kind of your basics, your sending stones are advertised there, and like a here's a +1 sword like it's advertised there, and it's just like it's more about decor than anything. And then there are tables. It's not a huge building, and there are a few like kind of mini booths that are like seem to be steered towards different classes. But everybody make a perception check for me.
Very boutique energy.
It's very boutique energy.
13.
Okay.
20.
18.
Dirty 20.
19.
Okay, so Alibroth's like, ooh, magic. Oh, that's wizard stuff. Yeah, he gets distracted for reasons that will make sense in a minute. And the rest of you notice clock pretty fast, like this. Is this the whole thing? And you're reminded of the library where the real one wasn't out there. This is very well laid out, but you're like, okay, it makes sense that they're not, the expensive stuff isn't just sitting in a booth.
Yeah.
That they have this stuff and nothing, although there is a lot of value in all the combined stuff. You would guess the value of what you see to be maybe 20,000 if you got every single thing. And it seems like that's unlikely, specifically since all of your magic items start glowing when you walk in. They're not, and your bootstraps kind of, you're like, oh, they don't say anything yet. but you see the eyes start to squint, and you're like, Alabro's distracted. Like, you remember from one other time that when you look to your right when you walk in, there's usually a board that says, this person is available to help you, and it's a, you know, it to be a human family. They're all redheads that has helped here before. Usually there's a grandma, there's a mom, and a dad. Actually, the dad's not redheaded because just not everybody's always redheaded. That would be weird. And there's a daughter and a son that you would guess to be in their 20s. And it usually says a name, but it just says somebody is around to help you. Just like nobody's using the nameplates anymore. It just says somebody's here.
Okay.
And you guys look up towards there is kind of a transaction area towards the back, and it's
POS.
the grandma full out has like a wash rag over her eyes, just like dozing off in the morning, feet on the table, not one single fuck is given, just like.
And would I have recognized her from previous?
You recognize her from, you aren't like friendly,
But I know who she
yeah.
is. Okay.
And she just kind of with an air of long suffering takes the wash rag off and like looks at you guys and goes, doesn't say anything.
Good morning, ma'am. I don't believe you remember me. I've lived here quite some time. I probably was.
We've all lived here quite some time.
I think you shooed me away from the shop a time or two when I was a young lad.
Were you broke?
Most likely.
Makes
yes.
sense.
Okay.
She's not the unfriendliest person, like vibe in the world. She doesn't get up though.
It is good to see you again, though.
Okay. You guys, what's up?
We are here looking for items to aid us.
Cool. She's like, this shop has items. And then she kind of takes the book.
I kind of just look at everyone like she's always just no. I don't say anything. I'm just like.
You know that there's something that's different that can happen with more money, but you don't know what it is, and she didn't offer information.
Do you know what he's talking about? Do you know what he's talking about?
No, what?
What?
You win like this. I don't know what that
Just
means.
remain polite. Just remain polite.
To
Okay.
the very rude woman.
Yes, to the very rude woman that we are trying to conduct a business transaction with. Thank you.
Not all old people are deaf.
Says that would be the thing. But yes,
Hi.
as I said, we are going to remain
Hello.
polite.
We,
She goes back to reading
Okay.
after you
Uh,
stutter at her
so-
for a second.
you stealth the stealthy things help.
Do you have things that I?
She looks at the rest of you expectantly, like you just let this happen.
This doesn't happen quite often.
We're looking for stuff that's a little bit more specialized than what we have out here. Can you help us?
She kind of, Ronnie, roll an insight check.
Hold on. Okay. That is a nat 20 with a +1.
Yeah.
You don't wear anything that indicates to her that you have money to spend, and like she probably, with that roll, you think she probably clocked the weight, but there's no way to tell it's platinum. Like, and nothing on you guys is that expensive. And with a nat 20, you recognize that the stuff that she clocked and assessed your magic items, and it's like the stuff that you had going into the campaign is valuable, but it's so niche, like that she She's just like, okay, I'm sure you have money.
What about my clothes? You've mentioned
Your
before that
clothes
they look-
are very nice, but they're not magical.
Oh, okay.
So
that's-
she would be less rude to you, you imagine. But also they're a little bit covered in the cheaper furs that River had to keep warm. If you can roll an insight check to see if you note that, because if you take off the fur, it's likely she will treat you slightly differently.
Nope. I rolled a 2. I don't-
Cora's the only one with DC 5 checks for the reason, but that wasn't a DC
Wait,
5.
Oh.
So my total was 8.
You're like, she wasn't that rude, I guess. That's it.
Yeah.
We've traveled long and hard in our current year, and we have come into some funds to upgrade.
She, tiny sigh, shuts the book and puts it down and is like, okay, who's first? What do you want? Actually, I'm gonna have her. She believes it. Like, she believes it.
I was looking for something that's either helpful with stealth or could change my appearance a little. Or both.
We have those types of things. She's like, okay. And you see her like getting it together, like, I'm gonna do the thing. You guys can all roll an insight check if you want.
Woo-wee.
Why now?
19.
26.
20 something.
19.
So, Alabroth, it makes sense that you would recognize this the most. You've seen you're starting to see in your city that you've been in all this time, there's a backlash to the we had to be nice for the Lacrosians that was taking place with the nobles coming through, stealing resources, being assholes, whatever. This is like if they took like a nice watch boutique store and then they staffed it with Dick's Last Resort people. Tired of doing the customer service and masking the disdain for the people who treated her like shit for years and years. So now she's just like, the people who live in Black Rust will get me and be fine, and the people who don't, fuck them. Like, that's the vibe you get. The rest of you get like a little bit of just, she's tired and she doesn't want to keep going above and beyond. She doesn't need the money. She doesn't care. Like, it's just like, okay. She doesn't dislike you specifically. But she puts the book aside and she goes, what's your deal? What do you specialize in? She's asking for class types of features, but they're not like, oh, a rogue per se.
Well, I deal in gathering information when possible and trying to make myself less of a spectacle.
It's just like, freckles don't help you. It's not. Yeah, I get it. Okay. I'm gonna see what I do have for her. She's like, okay. Okay. And there is a back room, and you notice for all her I don't give a fuck, there is when she walks into the back room, immediately the boy comes out.
Yeah.
So they don't leave. That's not a thing, you know?
Yeah.
And she's like, okay. And let me see what I had for her. She's gone for like Ronnie's so good at space that he knows like there can be barely anything in the back room. You don't know how that works.
Oh no, here we go again.
She comes out. What are we doing?
Well, currently we're plugging my thing in.
And making fun of Ronnie for not understanding architecture.
But also, well,
True.
this is magical architecture now.
Yeah, that's right.
So that would make more sense. But it's also just like, oh, here we go again.
it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Like there's so little.
I mean, maybe it's just really, really packed in.
Maybe so.
I don't know how to find anything.
Grabbing my list. She comes back after really, really short order, actually, and she has a couple of things. There's one I thought I put on my list that I didn't.
I just told her everything while she was in the back. Here's what I want. Here's what I want. Here's what I want.
She brings back
You already
a
remember all that for one
nice
person?
She's very good.
pair of a really soft looking pair of boots and she has a cloak on her, and she's like, and she glances at Octavia up and down for a second, and just she goes, boots of elvenkind, cloak of elvenkind. Either of these will make you stealthier. And she's like, she throws the boots on the ground. This like weird, and even she throws them hard. They make no noise when they land. And you're like, and she's like,
Impressive.
basically, they the cloak gives you advantage on dexterity, made to hide, which is different. But creatures also have disadvantage on perception checks to see you. So that can be really great for hiding from somebody or, specific things. It's not great for traveling, but in situations where it's like, I'm going to sneak into this building and do this thing,
Probably gets lost.
advantageous.
All we gotta do is
Outside.
What
We
about
will
the
not be
boots? Are
able
they just
to
a plus
see them.
two stealth?
The boots are just advantage on stealth. But they are, I think, obviously everything requires attunement. I'm confused as to why they didn't say that. I think it's an oversight. And they are, it does not want me to search this document. How about they? Yes, the boots, advantage on dexterity checks. They're made out of owlbear hide, which is weird.
Our owlbear is particularly
That's
known for their
Better than I was
stuffiness.
thinking. Boots of elven kind.
They're both elven,
Elf
which is why
skin.
she gave you the
Elf
look.
skin boots. Boots of elven kind.
Yes.
Skin boots. And then
Is that not what everyone else was thinking?
No.
nobody ever was thinking that. It's like
Well,
baby
no,
oil.
One person was.
Baby oil, yeah.
And
I mean, lavender oil is oil made of lavender.
that's not the one I had. And then they had she has also underneath the cloak, she puts it on the table, is a it's a mask of many faces, basically. It's not on this list. There's a mask of many faces. I need to look up but basically allows you to cast disguise self at will. And she puts the cloak down and she's like, it looks like a pretty, but also kind of looks like a cheap like masquerade mask. And she's like, it looks cheap on purpose. It's so you don't think it's anything. And she pops it on and she illustrates. She shows up like Ronnie, which is weird for you guys to all of a sudden again be mirrored. But she just kind of like, look,
Yep.
and then she's like, it alters your voice. It's disguise self. And yeah, she just kind of like looks at you. You guys are allowed to try stuff if you want, but like you won't be able to get most of the advantages from them because they require attunement.
Yeah. How much would the cloak and the mask run together?
I don't think I would know that.
Wouldn't the
It's
boots
the
be more
I have
helpful?
all of them.
Please let the number be low.
The boots. It's not called the Mask of Many Faces because that's warlocks. Specifically, and it's an ability, not a.
It is. I thought that there was also an
There
item equivalent.
is.
Oh, okay.
The cloak.
I'm thinking Hat of Disguise, but that's probably Pathfinder.
Yeah.
I think you might be right, which is what she mentioned to me, and I forgot in this moment.
Yeah.
It was a hat.
But I like we always changed it to like something else, so it wasn't a hat.
Yeah.
There's a
It's a
version,
mask.
maybe.
That disguise
Yeah,
self.
exactly.
That's fine.
The cloak gives the advantage though to hide. So if like if we're still sneaking up on someone and trying to listen in like we were with the dragon,
Yeah,
hide from them.
the boots give just the advantage, but they're it's on stealth checks all the time.
Yeah, I was
they
gonna say the
are-
cloak seems very situational because we're
True.
It is a lot cheaper. It's 300. The boots are 900.
It would
Gold?
But they're
Huh?
gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
but they're
It-
real nice.
Woo!
it will depend on how much the mask is too.
The mask.
Because if the mask is within budget to get the boots instead as well, then probably get the boots.
I think How to Disguise is 1800. But yeah, you could. And
Let me pull up a calculator.
We need to go broke up in here. I'm sorry.
I mean, we need these items. If I go broke with them, I go broke with them.
I've been broke the whole time, so like
Yeah.
that's not different for me.
Exactly.
I will say,
Go for broke.
you can. I mean, like, with the amount of money that you guys do have to draw, she might cut you a little slack on it.
Oh,
And I'll go ahead and say it. You think it will be better if the pile of everything everybody wants is growing, and then you ask for like
So
a
just-
blanket discount on the whole thing.
so just keep track
So
of
I
how
don't
much
know if
yours is
Brian
going to
mentions
cost.
it now, but like it is possible that will happen.
So what are you looking at spending right now?
Alright,
Total.
I,
I mean,
love the logistics. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I get excited.
I'm putting forward like my whole thing if I need to.
But how much what you want are you
Let's
looking
see.
to spend?
How much did you say the boots were?
The
1800 and 900, so it'd be
actually,
27.
I'm sorry. That's the boots or 750.
750.
Which I think altogether would be more than you have, but not by much. So
50.
like,
Yeah, it's more than I
how
have.
much did I pay guys?
2,500 apiece.
Yeah, but that sorry, 250 platinum. That's-
Yeah.
So total.
So if she gives us a discount, then that's a doable.
So yeah, that's what the cost.
and I made a little extra money,
Okay.
so
And I have 30 gold that I don't remember getting. The cat.
how much
Cat
do we
is
all have
single.
together? Just curiosity, like in GP, I'm holding 2533.
Like 2507 or something
Okay.
like that.
2530.
I think mine was
You've always been broke the whole time.
somewhere like that. Let me-
I know.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
was-
you guys got 10 times what you thought in an instant. I was like,
Yeah, that's fine.
uh-huh.
I got the gold. Just playing.
You good?
I forgot to put any of my
she's
gold in
like,
my
she's
D&D.
leaving, she just kind of leaves it out there for you.
At the very least, you got 25.
Right
Yeah.
now, there's both
For-
of them
for
are
safety
out there.
sake.
So she's
Okay,
not that
so
worried
you
about
got the amount you want to spend.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just keep that
In your back pocket.
loaded up. Who's next?
if you she's looking, she's like, between the cloak and the boots, are you?
I think I'll go for the boots and the mask.
Who's next? She
I'll-
hands the cloak to the kid and
Okay.
he goes back in.
Been swinging these items around for a while. Do you happen to have anything that might be a little bit better than an old warhammer and shield.
I have newer warhammers. Yeah. And she's she kind of looks you up and down. She's like,
Anything you would suggest? Recommendation?
he the only one trying to be sneaky ever?
I'm not very good at sneaking. I'm more of a.
If you did
It
get
might be
similar
best
boots, though,
for-
you could cancel out your disadvantage.
She's not wrong.
Sorry, if you got similar boots, you could cancel out your disadvantage.
Might be
Your-
better.
Whatever I say in game to mean disadvantage.
It would
Whatever
benefit
that
me
word
though
is.
to be
It-
able. Oh, sorry.
It would probably benefit for whenever everyone else is trying to sneak around that you don't
Your boots don't have
clank.
I don't sneak around. That's the other thing.
Well, but if you're joining us when we're sneaking around, it would be better for you to not clank.
I need to hit things. Or if
Okay.
I don't know what plate would cost, but
You know that plate wouldn't help you with stealth.
I care about stealth.
You
Plate,
probably need to a little bit. Just
I need to be able to heal and take some damage and give some damage.
You do need to also preferably be able to not give away your party whenever we're trying to get
You
somewhere
just won't let this
Without-
go, will you?
without being noticed.
It's about to happen.
yeah.
Or shield.
She's like, so she, the kid comes back out. She walks back. She's gone for a little bit this time. And
Did you
she-
see me whiffing every hit out there in the arena?
I felt like that was just bad luck.
I would like to improve my luck if possible.
Fair enough.
She comes back in a few minutes, and she has a like a big dusty axe and a
Bags of dust.
huh? She blows on it dramatically. You see the dust. There's the other one. And I meant to go through and organize these, but it's rough.
I guess I could do a mace too.
And she's like, she just has the axe, and she's like, "What kind of weapons do you use?" You're like, "Oh, she probably should have asked that before."
Hammers, axes, usually heavier things. And
Wasn't unclear on what you do with them after. Okay, heavy. Are you? She's. What kind of weapons are you proficient with?
oh, shit. Where do you see your proficiency? Is that in the description or?
On the sides, go down. Weapon proficiencies.
Let's see. Simple weapons.
Apparently, you're proficient with simple weapons.
Okay.
Simple weapons. Does that include? What does that include?
Let's see. I'm trying to see.
See, like, there's a difference with mine.
Oh wow. You get martial weapons and simple weapons.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Warhammers are simple, yeah.
I would suppose so, since I've been using one for a
Sworn I
while.
had martial weapons as well, but it doesn't look like I do.
How do you not have martial weapons?
That's so weird, right? But it's
You
true.
have no reason to need proficiency with martial weapons. Your weapons are your fists.
You
Simple
are-
weapons, clubs, maces.
It's martial.
Casts are warhammers. Clerics can clerics use warhammers?
Hold on. I have it already pulled up. Warhammer.
I mean, I know you can use maces.
Warhammer is a martial melee.
What?
So you've been.
She takes your what you have and she throws it away. No,
No!
so she
It might
brings.
be best to get something you're proficient with. It'll
Okay,
improve
yeah,
your.
like-
It'll improve your hitting.
Okay, simple and martial. Simple
Oh,
weapons.
it's still
Clubs,
bad.
maces, and other weapons found in the hands of commoners.
I'm just not professional.
Okay. I guess I need to get a mace.
Still
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, well, and it's like the only thing is like you get less of a
Is
cost.
she
I'll talk to you about it later. There's a whole thing that I want to talk about, but it does not make good television. There's always a little bit of that in shopping episodes, though, isn't there? People just looking at their phones, like, wait, but what if I did this and this?
I mean, that's just there's no way of
Oh my
avoiding it.
god, if you
Hmm?
put that
Um,
on,
It would look so good.
and if you
Okay.
put on this crop top,
Crop top of
no, I
staying
like it.
warm in
Keep-
winter.
It gives me extra stuff.
this crop
Fun.
top, and
Why
extra
let me get-
heating.
Why don't let me give myself a warhammer if this thing?
But you
I
can
don't
still
know. I need a
use
play-
weapons
I
that you're
need
not
a player's-
proficient with.
Oh, okay.
You just don't
handbook.
use them as well.
Okay. Well,
Mace. Most there.
What
There's
is your plus to damage?
it's a plus to damage. Hang on.
Is it a plus to damage or a plus to hit? I think it would be.
Proficiency is plus 2 damage.
Yeah.
I think it might be both, actually.
I think it was a +4. I'm trying to.
That's your strength. So, yeah, if you hit with a weapon you're proficient with, you would add another plus
3.
3 for your proficiency bonus. Yeah, I had to look down because I couldn't remember what our proficiency bonus was right now.
Have the. Do we have a player's handbook or?
I don't have one that is current.
I do.
Did you want the 2E one?
There are
Yeah,
a
did you want
lot
2E?
of simple weapons, and they're not all like whatever. They're not like maces that he can afford right now, basically. But there are other weapons he can definitely afford.
I just have-
PHP.
Cool. Sorry about this, guys. Also, I do not apologize for needing to look at the rules.
Nope. No apologies necessary.
No one keeps
Can't get
the
a mace.
entirety.
No.
Now I want to get this done.
I totally get that.
So,
I just thought of like 5 different things since I've been sitting here.
what
Been
did you
oh.
think?
I just can't believe I've been wielding a weapon. I'm
I
not.
saw a homebrew recently that you can, because whips are so awful in 5e, that you could use them to like trip people and grapple people from 5 feet away, and I thought that was really interesting. I thought it's just too cool. Whips are awesome.
What about D&D Beyond?
She looks at Alibra. She's like, "Let me think on that." And she looks at you, and she's
Okay.
like, I'm listening to you, but I wanted to look that up.
Yeah.
So go ahead and sit like.
Is that a whip I could
Whip.
do things with? Like, assist me in catching people.
She looks you up and down. She goes, "Not right now.
Bummer.
Oh.
Sometimes, not right now." Homebrewing something like that will take a little longer, and that doesn't mean you can't save your money if you don't. But like,
I forget what I told you I wanted.
you were talking about like
You were
Other
talking about a
special
stick.
weapons.
Special stick. Do you have better sticks? Do
She
you
looks your quarterstaff up and down. She's like,
like do different things? Also, maybe a bag of some kind.
like a haversack, bag of holding.
Yes.
Roll a Arcana check. I'm gonna give you disadvantage because Octavia's character was not about it until
13
recently.
plus 1, 14.
You've heard of it. It's like a fancy bag that has magic.
Yes.
So you put magic in the magic bag, I guess.
Magic bag.
You don't have to say magic for anything. All of it. It's magic. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Magic bag. Got it. What's that, Rod? Okay. Simple. Club. Dagger. Great club. Hand axe. Javelin. Light hammer. Mace. Quarterstaff. Staff. Sickle spear. Okay. probably is. Okay, so he can do warhammers and stuff, but like, yeah, you just wouldn't get any more bonus to hit than you have.
Oh, okay.
So if you got like a great club or something, you would have plus.
Club?
Still the bludgeoning thing.
So delicate.
A club?
I mean, if it's a fancy looking one.
Octavia holds up her quarterstaff and goes,
Exactly. I don't want that.
Don't listen to me.
I like it. I just want a better one.
Okay.
I'm barking up the wrong tree. Yes.
She looks at
Under
Ron
the
and she's
dog
like, "What
thing.
about
I
you?
learned
What did you said better? What about you?"
I guess better armor. I don't want anything heavier than what I'm wearing, but if it were a little bit better, that would be great.
Yeah.
I mostly do archery, so if there's a bow or some arrows or something that do something special, that would be cool.
She looks at kind of all of you for a second. She's like, when there's like a group, a lot of times there's like the talking person. You guys don't have one of those, do you?
Oh, it's cool enough, Octavia.
People,
That's what I said.
people always assume that I'm blind, so I just kind of stopped.
She's like, she glances at you. She's like, "Yeah, ASMRs get that all the time." It just like, yeah, just kind of like drops it without even like thinking about it.
Like, he's startled for a second, but no, that makes sense. We're in a magic shop.
Mm-hmm.
I did also hear that there's something like that's similar to like a bag of holding or something like that packs down real small, like hide it on your person small.
You talk about like a portable hole.
Is that what they're called?
It is what they're called.
That would be cool.
That's what
I mean-
it goes in our back. We have a number. Like,
Oh, cool.
that's how we do it. Just pocket dimensions are really handy.
That makes sense.
And all of a sudden you're like, that's why the room's not big.
Yeah.
They have maybe a couple.
Makes sense.
That makes
Like-
sense.
I love Octavia's like dead stare of I'm
Do you think Ronnie's actually
impressed
seen one?
with enjoying it.
He's probably not seen one, but
Okay,
he
so she's
he's
like,
met
that's
other
not the
adventurers
vibe.
like quite a few times, so he knows that they exist.
she goes in the back room immediately and comes out immediately, and you think she just got one of theirs to show, and like she puts it on the ground, and it takes like I think a full round of everything to lay it out, so a full 6 seconds to lay out the entire thing, and then you would have to go in if you're doing anything during combat. But like theirs have a nice little like staircase, and the whole like dimension is a color, and you're like probably coding system of some sort to make sure they're in the right place. And in that particular one, there are all the weapons, and it's just that's why it wasn't crowded. It's aligned, it's organized, and it's just
That's
very
so
retail
cool.
organization to this, and just packed to the brim with like holy crap. And this may not even be all there are, but yeah. And she goes and she's like, you can go in there if you want. You, not all of you, but one of you, this kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't know if I would need as much space as there is in here, but this I I do want to be able to like hide my like storage on my person.
You could probably all share a solution. You probably would. This one is. I've gotten two wildly different prices for this. This one is. I hate that they're like, oh, you make up the prices on your own now. I'm like, oh, sure.
10 gold.
Yeah, this one, it's just a hole. How can you buy a hole?
Might even be a hole in the bottom of the sea.
Man, D&D Beyond is like not consistent with other things I'm seeing.
Well, and they don't have like a price. The portable hole is there is one that is 3,000 gold, and there's this one is bigger than that. 3,000 gold is I think the cheapest portable hole, and she's like, this would. It's just a little small. I don't have any to like show you before you buy. Is this exact thing but smaller? And it would hold everybody's everything right now and for a while. But it's 3,000. The bag of holding, I think is. She's like, you can get a bag. Shouldn't get both if you put them together. Never mind. Anyway.
Yeah.
Heard horror stories about that.
Don't use both. Got it.
If you use both, you can like blow up the world. Anyway.
That sounds bad.
The bags are
You're looking for a bag too, right?
Yeah, I think we only need one.
bag of holding is bags of holding start at 2,500. And then the second one is the most common one, if you've ever seen one, is 5,000. The haversack, I think, is price. I forgot. I did not know even that people still use the word haversack outside of D&D.
Do they?
Apparently, when I put haversack, it did not show me D&D.
I remember I looked at Twilight one time and it showed me the book before it showed me the time of day, and I was so mad.
I got so mad at that I downloaded an app to tell me what time the sun set every day.
Which app?
I don't remember. It might have been called Twilight.
Yeah, but I think if you Google Twilight app, you'll probably get something else.
Sadly.
Sadly. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
pissed. I was like, no. The time of day.
I
You
mean,
should try
even
not
then,
being
it would
such a
depend on
self.
which type of Twilight.
What?
The civil Twilight, nautical Twilight.
Oh, yeah.
The haversack is 2,000. The haversacks are essentially the same thing. They're a little bit. These hold a little bit more weight and a little less big than the smallest bag of holding, so it's a trade-off.
Seems reasonable.
And for the she comes back and she has the dusty axe for you, and she's like, I don't know, it's called, I don't know a lot about it, and we got it in trade last week. It's an axe, and like at first, like it doesn't look like anything, but when you like hold it, there is something about it that like feels weirdly like powerful. And she's like, I can identify it. Hang on.
I can identify it.
No!
No,
No.
I didn't know if she was gonna volunteer that, but yes, you can.
Oh, no.
Always will get something useful out of it.
Please let the boots be
I
polite
put
today.
it
What am I thinking?
Behind me.
The,
as I
the boots are
pull-
never polite.
No, the boots are.
These boots
pull
are
my,
fine.
I think that they belong, and I pull my bootstraps.
Oh dear.
So you said the axe next to it, pull the bootstraps.
So they were already like awake, which when you walked
That's
in,
weird. I don't like that.
is like,
That's not my favorite.
and he goes, the eyes like look, roll, and is like, What, you just nudge me and I'm supposed to... Who are you? Are you doing an impression of me? This is an axe. It's whatever. It's like powerful, I guess. You get a +1 bonus to it. And a +1 hit point for every level you're at. Is there a level 0? How many do you get for that? And and it says it's +1, and your hit point max is increased by 1 for every level. And if you crit with it, then you if you crit with it, it's an extra 1d12, ironically, necrotic damage.
Ooh.
Unless the creature is immune, in which case it switches damage types. And he's like,
Does it switch?
ugh. Huh?
Does it switch to?
It switches to whatever I decide in the moment.
Okay.
It does not switch to Radiant.
Okay.
Or
That
does
would
not switch
necessarily to Radiant.
to something that would
Okay. Okay.
It's just he's like, he looks you up and down, he's like, you're not good at hitting things anyway. You know what? They have people to do this. And he doesn't disappear. He just kind of like
I don't know what to do.
the
Octavia
lady,
Just
backs up to a
Is it just
counter.
going
and, like,
the
just
lady
by
has like a
side.
look on her face with her head cocked and she goes,
Exactly.
I think she likes.
she's like,
I'm happy that you were entertained by that.
this is 800 gold.
800 gold. Okay.
It's not bad for an axe like that.
Then I surely want the gold, but want the axe. Do you have? And he kind of Alabroth opens up his book. Would you happen to have any amulets of the devout?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's an uncommon magic item.
What do they do?
+1 to spell attacks and save DCs, and I get to extra use of channel divinity per day.
How much is it?
I don't know. I was kind of just looking up stuff and like,
+1 sounds like they're usually expensive for
Yeah.
magic items.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me see.
is it even a real thing? I don't know.
It is.
Oh.
The +1 is amulet of the devout is 1,500.
1,500?
1,500.
Yeah.
Okay.
1,500 gold. Okay.
So that's that for you for Octavia.
Mm-hmm.
She
Now, how do you add that?
You should be able to look it up and add, like, there's a little space that you can search for
What,
magic
like
items.
inventory? Oh, okay.
she goes into the weapons thing that she's holding, showing. It's just out now, so she doesn't care. She goes down there. She comes back again with a staff. She's like, "This is I have this," and you look at it, and it's really crazy looking. Like it's a normal, like it's like an ash wood, a lighter wood, right? Like a light
Mhm.
gray. But like as it gets closer to the bottom, it has like, or I mean, closer to the top, it has almost like, it's like if somebody took like black ink and kind of went around the top and kind of like dripping down into that tree pattern
Yeah.
that happens when you put ink on wood
Yeah.
that's not finished. And she goes, "This is withering staff," and she shows it to you, and she explains that like basically when you make an attack, a melee attack with it, you can expend a charge to deal extra 2d10 necrotic. There's a lot of necrotic in here.
Is this
Yeah.
And they
I have that problem all the time.
2d10 necrotic damage. They make a DC 14 Constitution save, and if they don't make it, they have a disadvantage on Strength and Constitution checks for the next minute. It has 3 charges. It gets 1d2 charges at dawn. Or wait, yeah, 1d2 charges at dawn.
It starts with 3, you said?
Yeah, it starts with 3. And yeah, now you know that a lot of the stuff you fought has pretty hardy constitution,
Yeah.
but like if they fail, then that's real good for a monk
Yeah.
because it had disadvantage on con checks.
Yeah.
She goes, "This is 3,000." And she's like, I think you guys aren't looking for like +1 basics, right? Like nobody's
No.
trying to get just
It's really good.
because there are
This thing.
+1
Yeah,
stuff too.
that
But like
source
she's like,
book
I
is.
think you wanted fancier
Alright,
stuff
well,
anyway.
Yes.
It's not just a moment.
She's like, that's the other. I have a +2 one. I think +2s are around 1,500 or something. As well, I have a +3 for whatever. +3 is more than I think you have. But she's like, this is the only right now super. It's
I
the thing.
understand.
And she's like, she hands it to you to look at, think
Yeah.
about whatever. You take it and you're like, real. I don't know how Octavia feels. It matches her outfit, which is like. Anyway, so that's you with for you like for Ronnie,
Mm-hmm.
she's
He uses a longbow.
yeah. She goes back for a minute, and that's the one I saved, I think. Although it's gonna be on a similar Octavia thing.
What's similar?
She comes back with a longbow, and she brings up I think a +2 longbow for you as well if you just want to look at that. And then
Should I get this book that has the Amulet of the Devout and add it to our stuff?
you should have all the books all the time, I think.
I do?
No,
No.
I said you should. No, I don't know. If you want.
I don't know what your little subscription thing is supposed to include.
It's supposedly everything. Hold on a second. I thought. Wait, no, it's probably-
+2 longbow is. I know they
So
put
look in here, we got the
ranges.
master tier.
They're insane. +1 is 1,500 for longbows. But she said, and
I'd like
she
to share with other players.
hands you the other bow to hold, and she says, "This bow is, it's like it starts out like a darker wood towards the center, and then
Mhm.
as it gets to the outside, it's like fully white by the edges of it, and then the string is like practically invisible." And this, she hands it to you, and she's like, "This one talks to you." It whispers its urgent desire for the quick defeat of your enemies when you knock an arrow. If you decide to, like, free action, swear an oath against the target, then it excuse me, you have advantage using that bow, and they can't gain advantage from cover other than total cover.
That seems
Like
very.
if you swear the oath, you have disadvantage on hitting it with anything else. Just you have disadvantage with anything else, but you don't have disadvantage on long range anymore until you just can't even try.
I don't really use any other weapons.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and like I think that's. And if your enemy's your target, you do, if you swear an oath until that enemy is dead or the next morning, you have no blah blah until you sorry. You ranged advantage, disadvantage. Um, yeah, I thought there was a penalty to who else you hit with it when it had an oath sworn, but there's not.
That's very similar to the oath bow I had in that first game.
It
we
is
played
an oath
in.
bow. She's like, this is an oath bow.
Oh.
It's been a tiny bit, but yes,
Yeah.
very much an oath bow. She's like, this one is 4,000. Like she doesn't. You didn't tell her explicitly what your ranges are, but she also brings out like a +1 that you could get for 1,500, and did the same with a quarter staff, which I think is cheaper than that actually.
I think a king's ransom would buy more.
She's like, it depends on what you're fighting. Like nobody needs this unless this is what they do full time. They're pretty good at it. Like there are cheaper options for stuff. Like the +1s, that's why they're here. And you're like, oh, that's fair. It's like, I don't know what you want. I didn't assume you'd be able to get everything. This is what I have.
Can I ask for one thing, and just see if you have it? I find myself not having what I need, but not always magical things, like just items.
Just like, so you're alive.
Is that something that I could think of what I want and produce it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Those tend to run like between 8 and 12,000.
Like Adine's jacket?
Huh?
Like Adine's jacket?
That was just a robe of useful items. Yeah, they
Yeah.
tend to be.
I
She's
didn't
like,
know that.
she's like, that is something. Do you think you guys have clued her into like approximately your budgets at this point?
Yeah.
She's like, I think that's probably a stretch goal. Does exist. Is great. Probably not what you're looking at today.
I did not know that they were. Okay.
She's like, the ones that we sell tend to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so your stuff.
She- Like she's giving you all like stuff.
Yeah.
She goes and sits back at the table.
Yeah.
Like she knows that there will probably be a process by which you talk about stuff.
How much was the haversack? Did anyone write that down?
Oh, I forgot to write that down.
2,500,
I thought that was the bag of holding. I thought the haversack was less than that.
2,000 for the haversack. Nope, I thought I had it. Maybe I stuffed it up actually.
And then how much was yours, Jason?
Total. What I'm looking at?
2,000.
Yeah.
Was the haversack?
Oh,
2,300.
I have a question for her. Was there anything to improve my armor?
Oh yeah. I think you can get. You have leather, right?
It only gives me a +1 to my AC, but I don't want anything heavy.
Right. Like the armor is. What kind of option would you even be looking at? What would Ronnie be looking at? Because I didn't look at armor for you. We can do that offline if you want. It will probably be. I think armor tends to be 500 or less for like the tier that you guys are looking for right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably, I think, studded leather or something that would be something like that.
Sorry, Jason, one more time. 2,300.
2,300 total. I'm actually adding the book that has that item in there to our campaign.
What is it?
What, the book? Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Oh yeah, that would have been real helpful.
Hmm?
Nothing. Awesome. I'm very excited.
Okay. Is there any other book that we need?
I don't
We'll see.
know. Like, I just know that's a magic item book, so it'd be helpful.
Okay. Well, it should
There's
be.
a breastplate that would be 400 GP. That would be +2 for you. There is a there's studded leather would add another one to it, but is also only 45 gold. If you wanted to move to that, so it would take you up one more. And then there is hide would also take you up one more, I think. And it's cheap but ugly and smelly. Are you proficient in medium armor? Actually,
Oh, let me look. Light armor, medium armor, and shields.
okay. So those are options. You're supposed to be able to do a shield and arrow, I think, but that's insane to me. So
Yeah,
I'm not
that
gonna
doesn't
let
make any
you.
sense. Yeah, my only concern would be that once you get up into like medium armor, you're taking disadvantage on physical things, which Ronnie does a lot of.
You're not. I don't think a breastplate does that. Blah, blah, blah.
I don't think hide or studded does that. I think
A breastplate doesn't appear to either. Well, let me click on chainmail just to make sure it would show it if there was a disadvantage or something.
Well, did that axe have a name? That weird axe?
She did not tell you.
Okay.
And she just said she didn't know much about it. So
Okay. I was trying to tell it.
pretty rude of him not to tell you. Like,
that book
it's
is,
she
awful.
only tells you 50% of the time.
Oh
Her
yeah,
name
yeah.
was the breastplate. I don't think the breastplate has that kind of issue with it. You have to cover up your tummy, which would be a bummer.
I would hate
Oh,
that.
no.
I've seen crop top breastplates.
You know. Oh wait, no, breastplates from Adam. Never mind. It's like I could help you hem it to be a crop top.
You could get
Hem the armor.
Yeah.
get one like do you know what Magus
the
looks
axe is
like
for.
from Chrono Trigger?
Hold
He's
on,
he's got a thing and then it just comes down at the sides. And this is he has something here, but you can
The
have one
Doomslayer.
that's just
Wait,
open tummy.
what was the character's name?
Magus.
I mean, you also do have like the option to do like a chain shirt, like Alabroth and stuff, but it does do disadvantage. You could cancel it out without a crazy expensive item, like you could do it with like, I think there's an advantage on stealth, but you could never actually truly have advantage on stealth while you're wearing something that gives you disadvantage. So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, that's one of like,
yeah, like I get that.
Comes down to the comes down. It's
do they actually just have like a vicious longbow?
I don't know. Let me look. What is a vicious longbow?
Whenever you roll a nat 20, there's an extra 7 points of the damage type.
What's your power?
There's an extra 7 points of damage.
The target takes an extra 7 damage of the weapon's type.
Oh, cool.
So depending on what type of damage I was doing, it would either be force or piercing.
Right. So you have that weird thing. The vicious longbow is the same price as calls it
If it's not
800. You could get a vicious longbow for 800.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
Let's see. Yes. Is there like a ring or something that would like give me an AC bonus rather than just changing my armor? Because I don't get hit that often because I'm not in melee.
You efficiency bonus AC. There we go. What?
I looked up monk gloves.
Yeah.
It's a type of glove. It's come on, Cass. 5e monk gloves.
Okay. Rangers. They can. There's that one is not for AC. This is I don't see anything off the top of my head, like or online that makes it super easy to. Archers apparently is the easier way to go about that. Yeah. To your point, he doesn't get hit often either.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say not right now. There is the armor option if you want to increase your AC. But it does fuck with your look. Oh, and she's no, I don't even want to pitch another thing that's way too much money unless you can afford it. So let me think. Let me look at this. Oh wait. I found something, but it's only if you're not wearing armor, so it wouldn't be helpful to you. She's like, if you want to ditch all of this stuff, I forgot about something. She comes back. She has a bracers of archery that are +2 to attacks and damage. I think the lesser bracers of
Get the
archery,
bow end.
but it's 2,500 for the bracers.
Yeah, I can't afford that.
Well, you can't, but you can't do that and other stuff.
You said 2,500.
2,500
You
for the
can do that.
bracers.
Well, not and get anything else.
Be thankful for what you have. Also, we're going to try to push a discount.
I don't want to rely upon a discount.
Well, you've got enough to do that, so.
So yeah, that's mostly. Does everybody have stuff? Have they had their questions answered? I know you still have to go through a phase of what are you going to get.
I mean, I'm going to get the axe and the amulet because that amulet would up my healing and everything I do. So, and then that axe will take care of the whole missing thing. Well, somewhat, but also give me some more hit points, which are kind of needed.
Especially with
They're
your,
not. Alabroth is so OP physically. It's
That- yeah.
ridiculous.
when you do your magic item though, like that.
What?
When he does the his magic item.
Yeah, the amulet.
Plot
is
armor.
about that.
Plot armor.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Still,
That-
the axe.
That could be helpful when you use plot armor.
Cool. So yeah, the axe and the amulet for me.
You're getting the boots
Yep,
and
The boots of Elvenkind and the
And-
mask of many faces.
It's like the perfect road kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much was the haversack again?
The
2,000,
haversack is
that's what I'm
2,000.
Okay.
Wait, you're not gonna get like
The $3,000 the 3,000 gold staff.
I'm pretty sure it's
No.
actually closer to like
Oh.
$20,000.
No, we can't do that and get the haversack, so I'm gonna get the haversack.
okay. What's that sack? That's bag hold to me.
It works like one,
Smaller
yeah.
bag of holding.
Okay, cool. Thank you for taking one for the team here.
Oh, do you have spell components?
No.
we,
Bummer.
we don't do that.
There's a shack across the street.
We need a diamond.
I need a diamond.
We need a diamond.
It's not going to be used on Alabroth. It just
Yeah,
needs to
it's
have it.
100%. You're the only one that's not gonna have it used on that.
I
You would
understand.
be extremely familiar with where you get gems in this town. That's
Right.
the whole thing. And it's actually not at the component shop. But also your friend Mac is a jeweler. So maybe.
Do we know where he lives?
Oh yeah.
Did-
No,
did
we
go to his
got.
house?
Here. No, but he told you where
He might be able to help us out in finding one. So
Might be able to just get a discount on it,
So what
too.
do you
I
get?
mean,
I'm definitely gonna get the vicious longbow.
mhm.
And I don't know of anything else that would actually like be super useful for me that's also like within budget.
If you want to add the one
Bracers.
more to your AC, then the you could get the breastplate. It's 45 GP. Like it's not.
You don't want to cover it.
But you don't
do
have
wanna
to.
get them. You should get the bracers. Anything that will make
Didn't
you.
you say that the bracers you had to not wear armor with them?
You have to. Yes, the bracers. You
Oh.
won't want to get both. You can
Mm.
get the bracers instead.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Or no, I'm sorry. That was their armor bracers, and then there are the bracers that are the damage
Archery.
ones. You don't want to get the armor bracers because you can't also have armor with it. But if you wanted to get the archery ones that give you the +2, then you can still wear armor. It's fine.
How much are those?
Those are the ones that were 2,500.
I don't have the money for that.
Okay. Well,
You can't get both, but yeah.
What did they give you though?
well, I found the amulet to add here, the +1, but I don't see that axe, so we'll just put on that.
As you guys discard stuff for sure, she hands it back to the kid. But like she lets you keep the pile as you're kind of trying to decide.
Oh yeah, should I sell the hammer?
Okay.
Why not?
Is it a magic hammer?
No. It's just
So you can't sell it here
It's a regular.
unless they enchant their own stuff.
You don't know. Haven't asked.
Octavia wouldn't think to.
What's all in this?
This
Tasha's?
appears to be a pretty high-end shop. You would think they have resources for it, but you don't imagine they'd be interested in a weapon that doesn't already have anything special about it and is very used at this point. Probably have better luck at a blacksmith if you wanted to sell your
Oh,
own
it's only
stuff.
$900 if I want to get all the books.
Only
Yeah, only $900.
that.
Maybe we're gonna start the new job.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's put that on the back burner.
Okay.
Still looking. The one downside to being like a very airheaded and go with the flow type of person is that he has no ability to make a decision.
That's
He
definitely
has
just
no
Ronnie.
ability, yeah.
It's
Well,
not,
no, it's
Ronnie doesn't
it's
know
not
how to make
executive
decisions.
Like-
dysfunction.
there is some measure of executive dysfunction there, but legitimately it's like I had no idea what to get for him because he would have no idea what to get.
That's why I kind of like busting out. It's funny that you already knew what the oath bow was. I was like, I could help a little with aspirations for next year, him to start to have stuff in the back of his mind that he might want.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'd had it before in another game, and it was why I did such high damage on
That's
a lot
wild.
of stuff.
Like,
And mine did fire damage.
ooh.
So I would make an oath to a target,
That's not-
set it on fire, would die, and then I could just keep doing that.
Mhm.
Because of how
Plus,
the
trying to
DM
find
set up
this
the
accent.
rules for it.
Describe.
If I were you, I would be looking for a
Massacre.
mace.
It was
But she already
great.
brought me an axe.
Yeah, that's true.
Dope. She said they don't have maces right now because I couldn't find a cool one.
Okay.
Like,
Where'd you find the axe?
or
did you just?
don't worry about it. No, like it's advanced 5e stuff.
Okay, but I can add it to the.
Mhm. I'm gonna try and make it for you to add it.
Okay, cool. Excellent.
See,
Well, I did add
a lot
the-
of the things that like seem like they would be cool are from books that I don't have.
Yeah. What does the haversack look like
Backpack.
that she brought out?
She brought out.
I cast fully
she
aware what
brought
a
out
haversack
one that
is.
says demo on it, so
Yeah.
like, I think that there might be options.
How do we attune to things? Just like
If
you have to have like half
You
Go
an
to
hour.
the bottom of inventory.
If you
The
didn't
bottom
have
of
it,
inventory. After you have something equipped, you can attune to it.
But you have
Know
to
what I
do
would
something
do
to it
with
too,
it.
right?
Oh, like in game, what do you do?
Yeah, is it like a short
You
rest?
hang out with it for
Okay.
an hour.
A short rest, yeah.
So like,
Okay, cool.
yeah, you can do it over a short rest. You
Well,
can
so-
also do it when you're walking, but not if you're involved.
So we're gonna go have brunch after shopping.
and hang out with our items.
As you do.
Um, Do they have some, like, basically what I'm already wearing, but a +1?
Plus, what is yours now?
It's, I mean,
Oh, yeah, studded leather was a +1.
no, that would be a different type. This is a magic +1. Spell. No.
A magic +1.
Where
What
is
you're
my
wearing
inventory?
gives you +1.
What I'm wearing already gives me +1, but there
To
can be
damage
+1.
attack and damage.
No, I'm looking at armor.
Okay, +1.
Yeah, it would just be leather +1.
Oh, okay. Probably though, because it's basic.
Yeah, it's super basic.
Let me see what that is. +1 leather.
That'll give a +9 to my spells. Wow.
It is this that I'm looking at. Turned up right, yeah.
Somebody's got to keep y'all alive.
What does it say? How much? It doesn't say how much it is.
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
Oh, that'd be too convenient.
Yeah. Usually for really cheap armor, I don't think a +1 would be super expensive, because why else would they keep it in the front of the shop?
An extra channel divinity. Wow.
+1. Is listed as 1500 GP.
Short.
But yes, they do have +1 leather armor for 1500 GP.
Okay, actually, I think I can't afford that. Hey, I'm within budget. Cool. I'll do that.
So what are you getting?
I'm gonna do +1 leather and a vicious bow, or vicious longbow.
Cool. And you are going to do the haversack. She goes, "What is it? What do you want it to look like?" Basically, she's like, "It's gonna look like this, but it can be like whatever color you want, and it can be like the accents can be whatever color you want." And basically, it looks like, you know, those bags that have like that. They have external pouches.
+9
They have the
to my
2
spiritual
pouches, and they
weapon.
usually have the leather strip down it, and it looks like that. They are intentionally pretty plain looking, so that they can't be distinguished necessarily by first glance as a haversack.
How is it worn?
It is a backpack, or you can wear it on the shoulder. It has like a strap that's
Okay.
really long, but it can be like crossbody if you want to kind of do a
Yeah, no,
sling. It's a
backpack.
sling or an arm.
Backpack works. I don't know, maybe, and I point to my sash. Accent? Like black accent?
What
She
color is
brings
your
you.
sash?
It's red. No,
It's like a dark orange.
she brings out something that looks like an old muscle car with like black with like orange racing stripes down it. But it does, like, it feels cool. And Octavia has a moment of like, I have a magic item. I have a high-end magic item because
It
magic
doesn't
is
yell at
just
me.
part of the work.
But
It's
it
fine.
doesn't yell at me ever.
You put it like as you're like kind of testing the fit.
Yeah.
Your bootstraps just go.
Octavia turns, looks at the back and says, "Mind your own business."
Magic items are my business. Kids.
I think someone's a bit jealous.
He looks at when he says kids, the Branny looks at it and is like, and they just have a grunt off for a minute.
Like, how much was what you're getting?
2300.
2,300. So we will have 700 left over.
So you have a pile. How much did you have total?
We
Like
had,
you had 10,000
10,000
between all of you.
We had. Hold on. 2,300. Sorry,
No.
2,700, 2,300.
Mhm.
5.
2300.
2,300.
So
which
what's
is
our total?
7,
7?
3. 7,000.
My total was 2,550, not 2,700.
All right.
Oh, because it was a little cheaper than we thought.
So what's our total for everything?
Whatever I just said minus
I don't know what you just said. That was a lot.
2,550.
Yeah.
And yours one more.
2300.
7,150.
Okay.
Is that right? Oh no, plus 2,000 for the haversack. So 115. So
So
we
you
have
have about
850 left.
okay.
And I lean over to Brana. I'm like, "There's like a thing where you don't pay as much because you talk." I
Just
whisper
like-
that. I whisper that to Brana.
I'll roll a performance check to see
Oh,
how well you do whispering.
Oh,
Does it have to be performance?
Yes, because I want her response. It would be amazing.
Oh
Is it a
no!
1?
No, but it's not good.
It's a 5.
What's your performance bonus?
It's -1.
She looks at you and she's like, "You guys think you're gonna from talking?" And she looks at all of you after she just said the thing about not having a face a few minutes ago. And she's like, "Man, what do you roll to seem pathetic enough that she'll take pity on you? What would that be?"
groveling?
I don't think Octavia has to roll for that. I don't want to brag.
Persuasion.
Oh.
I know.
Do you maybe?
Can I assist with that?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an advantage.
This is going so well.
16 -1.
DC 15, she's like, "No discounts this time, but have a thing. Are you exchanging the money right now?"
I think we're kind of
If you
gathering.
Yeah.
purchase it, she's like, "Awesome. Hang on." And she takes your gold back. She comes out like,
Hold on, she's
seconds
gone?
later.
Gift bag.
She's gone? Wait a second. I just look at Brana.
This is the worst idea you've ever had.
I mean, her kid is still out.
Never mind.
Grandson.
Shit.
But there's also nothing like crazy that you can see.
We just know that there's an item.
Yeah,
that was
yeah. And it said
presumably-
ask for details.
Yeah.
And he knows it's not going on all the time, but it's not something you see.
Okay, let's make our transaction and then ask.
So you make your transaction. She comes out after a second and she hands you, or she puts 2 vials on the little table. And she's like, "You guys spend a lot of money. This is their party tricks. Smash them. It's fun." You trust her. Somebody want to smash one?
I'll smash one.
Okay, roll a d12.
D12.
Mhm.
This is a D12.
Yes.
2.
Wow.
You get a +1 for the next minute.
So I just feel stronger for
Yeah, for just 1 minute.
Okay.
And then there's one
What?
more.
I feel a bit stronger.
Hit me.
I'll smash it.
Okay,
Hit
roll
me.
a d12.
Let me get out a D12.
Would you
I've
like to
never had
maybe
any
buy
reason
one?
to roll them.
Unless you play a barbarian specifically, but like
Yeah, that's what
it's not
Crusher
hot.
used.
What, for attack rolls? For like
No,
damage?
for his Dan, because he had a giant.
I want you to roll a
axe.
3
In a
so
great
bad.
axe.
I rolled a 12.
Oh!
that
It's a
better?
random table,
Oh, okay.
is what I'm assuming.
Bonus boots of elven kind pop into where the vial was, and she goes, "That's the best one!" And you have a free pair of boots of elven kind for somebody.
That's so cool.
What the
Yeah.
hell do those do?
That is
They
the only
make
thing
what-
that is
it's what he
super
just got.
valuable on the list.
It gives you advantage on dex
Stealth.
rolls,
On stealth.
stealth rolls.
Cool.
I'm not putting shoes on.
I'm going to keep them with.
whatever. Like, yeah, and also like if you choose not to sell them, but advantage on stealth would be dope for any of the rest of you who don't already have it now. Yeah, and she's like, "Awesome! Wanted you to get the weasel, but whatever." There's one that's a fiercely loyal weasel with 7 hit points. So like,
It would die.
it would die. But it's
So-
funny as fuck.
Oh,
Yeah. Jester's weasel.
Yeah. The,
Oh God. Okay.
Sprinkle.
I started listening to Crinkle too.
Sprinkle.
Critical Campaign 2.
Nice.
All right.
But yeah, you.
Sprinkle.
So let's get the money exchanged here. So
Yeah, go ahead and you guys. I don't know how you're splitting up costs, but go ahead and
I mean, we can all afford everything, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Out of our own. Does anybody need extra money, or can we just?
I'm
No,
giving
but-
you 50, right? Because yours was 25.50.
Or did you already have the extra funds to cover it?
I'm gonna
I think I already had the extra funds, but I didn't have it marked in my D&D Beyond. But I know I had some in my notes somewhere.
Mhm.
Probably
You had
had
30
a
from
little
Mac.
bit.
Yeah.
You had
Huh?
30 from Mac.
Yeah.
And so I give you. I'm gonna
Somebody
give you
said from
20.
the cat earlier, and I
Wait,
didn't
are you still
understand
gonna
what they
read
were
it?
Yeah, I
talking
didn't know
about.
what they were
Like
talking
Yeah.
about.
Mac, from escorting
Okay.
Mac.
Yeah. So
Oh, why did you do that? All right, here we go. 2,300.
Escorting Mac. Did I have? Oh, I did have
The
more than
minimum
I
amount
thought I did.
allowed for each currency type is 0. What? Just,
She looks at Octavia and she goes, "Somebody always has to buy the bag. It sucks, right?" But at least like free party boots for whatever. Anyway, come back someday, I guess. Get out. But she's got a jovial tone now. She's just,
I just have a question for relief.
yeah.
I saw this sign in the front about stealing an item and getting money for it.
Yeah, that's if you survive for 3 days, you can have it, and it's 10,000 platinum. So far, we're testing security systems. It's really only like we'll do at the beginning of the year next year because it's like late into it's winter, essentially almost right now.
Mhm.
And she's like, so far nobody's ever done it. We share some of our storage with our other stores through the whole system. We just want to make sure, like, it's secure, you know.
Makes sense. Do you know what the specific item is?
Yeah, and I will tell you
Yeah.
later.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's you roll an intelligence check, I guess.
Oh, that is not his good stuff.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's not a super hard one.
raise your hand if that's a good stat for you.
Where's Ezra?
Oh.
Yeah.
16.
All right, you've heard of it's like legendary, and that thing would be, you would guess it would be 5-figure GP gold to buy it, plus 10,000 platinum is like set you up. She's like, people get pretty freaked out about the memories disclaimer, and they really should. So I don't know what to tell you. Because, like, if you're trying to, then you want the notoriety, knowing that everyone would forget about you. It's just not a good feeling. Anyway.
I don't so much care about people remembering I stole something. More so.
And not just more like if you have family, they might not remember you ever again. So, you know, people have different feelings about that. Also, like, yeah, people don't like that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it would be worth it.
Especially not if you want to be the world's most famous thief or whatever.
Kind of defeat the purpose. If everyone knew you were a thief.
That's what I always thought. What do I know? Okay, bye.
Thank you.
And you know that there will be plenty of time to inquire. You also understand that she's not going to tell you about all the rumors about what happens, but it seems like a whole thing. I don't know if Brenna would be attracted or horrified by that. Maybe both.
Morbid curiosity.
Mm.
Albatross is doing that thing you do after you buy something new.
You know, like sometimes you get the buyer's remorse, and sometimes you're like, I look awesome. You guys all have a moment of, I look awesome.
I probably have like thanks.
Welcome to Tier 2. All of you level up, and
What?
that is where we're going
So we're
to
7?
end our session.
We're 7 now?
Yes. Thank you everyone for
Thank
joining
you.
us. Follow all our
Yay.
socials. Check out supercoolnerdshow.com. We hope to be back in the next 2 weeks from now.
Next week. No,
Tomorrow, every day.
yes.
And you
Now she's
know what we always say around here.
Keep on nerding.